going to begin. And in accordance with Executive Order N2920, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors meetings are being held virtually. You can participate via the Zoom call-in phone number, which is on the screen. And when you want to participate in the conversation, press *9 and your hand will be raised. All right, so following that, will you all please join me in the salute to the flag? I pledge allegiance, you can't see me, but I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. That still seems so disjointed every time we try that on Zoom. Before we begin our meeting, I do want to read a statement that addresses the last historic week that we've been experiencing. Please excuse me that I'm reading this. The attacks that occurred last Wednesday at the U.S. Capitol were horrific, abhorrent, and among other things, a harsh reminder of just how fragile our democracy is. Through times of war and peace, the sight of the American flag has always served as an assurance to friends and foes alike that democracy lives. That very democracy came under attack, violent attack, during one of the most critical moments in our country's traditions. I think I speak for the entire board and fully and entirely condemn the attacks we witnessed last week and any other efforts to use violence to disrupt our democracy. Sorry, this is actually hard to say. We, as elected representatives and public servants, are committed to upholding the Constitution and to protecting it from enemies, foreign and domestic. In fact, that's in our very words we use when we are sworn into office. I'd also like to recognize our courageous law enforcement officers who defended the Capitol and protected Congress during the attack. Tragically, 2 U.S. Capitol police officers have died since the attacks, and I would like to take a moment of silence to recognize them and their service for protecting this country. So please do join me in a moment of silence. All right, thank you. And with that, we will move on. So, welcome to our second board meeting of 2021. For those of you who might be tuning in for the first time, I'm going to give a brief description of how the meeting is going to run. For those of you who would like to call in and make comment, please raise your hand by pressing *9. I think I mentioned that earlier. And when you are chosen to speak, press *6 to be unmuted. I'm pretty strict on the 3-minute rule, and I believe everyone should have the same amount of time to speak to the supervisors. So given that, you will hear this noise. Yes? You heard that? And that tells you have 30 seconds left to your 3 minutes. When the final tone rings 30 seconds later, your microphone will be muted. Don't take it personally because this is just how it's going to be this year, just to ensure that everyone has equal opportunity to speak. Also, I think it's important for people to take breaks. I know I said this last time and I kind of broke my own rule right off the bat, but I would like us to take a break at 11 o'clock or prior, and I will take that break even if we're in the middle of an item, because I think it's really important to give not only ourselves but our staff an opportunity to do some quick chores like get something to drink and maybe use the restroom. So having said that, I think we will move on, and I'd like to ask our CIO Nielsen if we have modifications to the agenda.
Good morning, Chair Bass. There are no modifications to the agenda this morning.
Excellent. So that'll move us to the consent calendar, and do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move that we approve the consent calendar.
Is there a second? Okay, seconded by Michelle. Thank you very much. So now we will go to public comment. And excuse me, I'm still getting used to this system. Let's see who is there. And pardon me, guys, attendees. We do have one hand that's raised. And at this time, I would like to invite 7454 or otherwise known as Kent to make your public comment, please, on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Virginia. I have all kinds of otherwise known, depending upon the perspective of what people think of me. I did want to thank you for your comments that you made a little earlier. I think we're in really tough times here, and all violence, any shape or form, should be condemned. It's not a way for us to resolve our problems in this world. I did wish to make comment on item 1 on consent here, considering appointing Cindy Day Wilson, Dustin Owens, and Stephen Lorenas, and sorry, butchered that name, Loreus, to the Law Library Board of Trustees. This is an important feature out there for people who can't afford lawyers, can't afford to learn about the law. This is a place where my understanding is they can go and avail themselves of this. So I wanted to thank those 3 people for being willing to help facilitate that particular thing in our world. It's really important that everybody have access to the legal system, even if they have to do it improper and do it on their own. I also wish to make mention, I believe it was item number 7, support for local grocers and requests to Cal Recycle to rectify recycling centers in Humboldt County. Thank you for bringing this forward, Supervisors Bohn and Bushnell. The Humboldt County Taxpayers League, I haven't been able to get a board meeting together, but so far the consensus is overwhelmingly to support this particular group of people. It's a travesty the way Cal Recycle is handling this. It also has a great negativity, in my opinion, personally, as far as a lot of these recyclable things may not be entering the recycling stream, and are going to be ended up, I guess, in people's garages or whatever. So again, hopefully I will get being the executive director of Humboldt County Tech League, get our board together and come out with a formal statement on that. But so far it's been unanimous. I think I've got a significant portion of the people, not quite to the finish line yet, but for all of you out there, please support our local people in this, especially the small grocery stores and the gas station, the people that are going to just be devastated by this particular topic. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on these 2 consent items you have today.
Okay, thank you very much, Kent. Our next speaker is someone with the last 4 digits of the phone number of 2912. Welcome. Just push *6.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Awesome. Morning, supervisors and staff. My name is Ross Gordon. I'm Policy Director with Humboldt County Growers Alliance. Wanted to comment on item number 11 today, dealing with the local equity program. Really appreciate all of the work that the board and staff has done to establish this equity program and to make sure that Humboldt qualifies for the resources that are available from the state, as well as establishing local resources through the Measure S cannabis tax. And wanted to provide maybe some background and some recent developments which may have an impact on the long-term trajectory of this program. So in the governor's budget, which was released on Friday, or his proposed budget, there's a proposal to make state equity funding permanent at $15.5 million per year. And that's statewide money, which would potentially be available to Humboldt County every year moving forward for a local cannabis equity program. In addition to that, the MORE Act, which is the cannabis legalization bill, which passed the U.S. House of Representatives, I think in November, also included significant resources that could go to local governments and jurisdictions to administer equity programs like the equity program that Humboldt has. And obviously that federal legislation is not law. We don't really know what's going to happen with it, but it's, I think, significant that it was included in this legislation, which did pass the House of Representatives. So all of that is to say that Humboldt County has already been awarded significant resources from the state, $1.4 million on this agenda item today, and I think there's another $2.3 million that have already been awarded for the administration of this local equity program. And now we're seeing that there's a high likelihood that these are resources which are going to be available well into the future. So the suggestion that we wanted to make with that in mind is to really think over the long term about really a robust public process for thinking about what are the goals for using these resources, who should qualify under equity criteria, and how can those resources best be used. And I think that's important from a couple of different perspectives. One is obviously just materially, like, it's a lot of money. It can help a lot of people who are impacted by the war on drugs, and it's important to spend that money, in as thoughtful a way as possible. And also thinking just symbolically that this is money that how Humboldt County prioritizes or spends these resources says a lot about, as a community, how we see the legacy and the impact of the war on drugs and how we view what equity looks like in this community. And so with that in mind, I've been part of several processes, either the hemp ordinance process in 2019 or the marketing assessment process for cannabis just this past year that really had sustained public outreach and discussion, and would suggest that this may be not necessarily for the dispersion of these funds, which I understand are very time sensitive and there's rules from the state about where and when it needs to be spent, but thinking over the longer term with these resources continuing to be available, really having a significant public process to think about what does equity mean in Humboldt County and what's the best.
Thank you very much, Rob.
Thank you.
All right, I do not see any other folks to speak on this item, so we'll go back to the board. We do have a motion. There's a second. Is anyone care to make comment before we vote?
Oh, I just wanted to, through the chair, if I may, I just wanted to thank you for putting forward the Human Trafficking Awareness Month proclamation. So it's available online. People can read it. And I just thank you, Chair Bass, for getting that
Thank you.
Here for us today. Thanks.
It's very important for sure. Supervisor Madrone, I didn't know if you had something you wanted to add. I just liked or not. Nope. All right. Then with that, Ryan, will you please do a roll call vote?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. So now we are going to move on to the public comment time on non-agenda items. Same rules, 3 minutes. Speak on something that is not on the agenda, and I will once again call on people by their last 4 digits of their phone number. So if you'd like to make hard to talk today, public comment on items not on the agenda, please do raise your hand by pressing *9. I see 1. All right, well, we're going to start with Kent. Welcome. Yes,
Well,
Kent.
I hope we get a little more participation there. Where's Mr. Mulder? He may be not accessible to the phone, so I'm kind of missing him already. I'm going to have a little conversation with Supervisor Bohn here. He perceives that my opinions that I bring forward regarding his conflict of interest in the cannabis business is just my opinion, and I think comment me living in my own little world. Well, I'm kind of a mirror of the overall public's comment, Rex. And I think if you basically saw, or I don't know, I delve into the blog things all the time, the comments made on Lost Coast Outpost, it's quite clear that I'm not alone in my perception of a conflict of interest that you have with the cannabis business. Now, historically, part of this was raised to me by people. It's hearsay because I wasn't there. But allegedly, your son, Trevor, was, while people were waiting to see somebody in the supervisor chamber, overheard brokering deals. If you can't get your permit through, have my dad call you. And so when these things actually happen in the courthouse, in the supervisor's area there, then that's where these perceptions come from. So I wanted to explain that to you regarding that conflict of interest. I also wanted to the people to be aware of a long-term, not necessarily from just Rex, it seems to be unanimous up there from some people, or at least or historically has been, the desire to get rid of the auditor controller as an elected position. That's been ongoing for a long time. And I will stand behind the position being there as long as I can. Hopefully we will all be able to fix things regarding things in this particular thing. But our conflict regarding that and my my lack of support for our CAO will continue to go on. And a lot of it comes down, to my opinion, that the auditor controller was to be removed because you didn't want to have an auditor controller. So I just wanted to explain my viewpoint and get it out there in a public forum. You do some wonderful things. I would hope that maybe you could step back a little bit from the cannabis issues, and I will leave it at that at this time. Thank you for my opportunity to speak on these topics, which are, of course, not on your agenda today.
All right, thank you very much, Kent. I do not see other hands, though. I do believe Sheriff Hansel.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And I just want to address this board to address a couple things. One is that this last week at the Capitol building, I think it was all very, very unsettling and just horrific to see that played out. And so I just want to assure this board that our law enforcement here locally is unified in law and order and justice, and that we are on the side of making sure that our people are safe. And there were some questions about our courthouse security, and how, something like this, could this happen here, and those kind of things. I just want to assure you that all of us in our law enforcement agencies in perspective, we're working with federal, state, and local law enforcement to ensure that our community is safe. And so with that being said, we are constantly looking at intelligence, and we are constantly reviewing things locally and on a national level to prepare us locally for anything that can happen. So I just want to assure you that we're doing everything possible to keep our community safe, and that, again, we are on the side of law and order and justice. What happened over there was absolutely deplorable, and I'm very, very happy that that we have. I think as a country, as a nation, state and local, we have to move forward together, right? And work together and not be polarizing and allow polarist views to change America. And so please, I would just urge this board to set the example of what that looks like, and for our community to come together in something like this to show the federal government what that looks like as well. So thank you very much. I appreciate the time and the statement this morning.
Thank you much, Sheriff Hansel. Right, I do not see any other hands raised to speak in this time frame. So with that, we will move on. We have no special presentations nor items pulled from consent. So we're going to speed right over to the matters initiated by board members. And our item today comes from Supervisor Bohn regarding whether to consider joining with other California counties and supporting a specific resolution. And so, Supervisor Bohn, I'd like for you to tell us more about this.
Well, I guess I kept everybody on the blogs really busy this weekend. I didn't partake, but don't very often, never do. But anyway, I do want to start off. I got a statement, but first of all, I want to acknowledge our staff and our flags being flown at half staff, and acknowledge our chair's statement, which brought that on, and Sheriff Hansel, thank you for that. I don't think anybody can condone what happened. I can't believe that. And then I also want to give a big shout out to Humboldt Bay Fire for stepping up with their paramedics offering to help distribute vaccines, because if there's anything that's going to stop this, it's the vaccines. Bar none. Stop everything. Just get the vaccines out as we get them. So anyway, I've got a statement for this short resolution that other counties passed. I brought this forward to start a discussion, to also thank public health for the job they're doing, and to give them the latitude to handle this pandemic on a more local basis. When our numbers continue to prove much better than the balance of the state, this is not the balance state. This is not a regulatory item. It is not an ordinance, but a resolution on the attitude and aptitude of Humboldt. This was brought forward by me to let our businesses fully understand the hardships. We understand their hardships, and we will try to be as fluid and cognizant of their needs to get back open as soon as possible. The second was our youth, the ones suffering through this pandemic, where holidays are altered, for some schools aren't open, and all we talk about every day is how many got sick today, how many have died. Pretty heavy stuff for a child. With that, the governor's recent yesterday and Friday Safe Schools for All Act, most of my concerns were about schools. And the governor seems to echo what I'm saying. These kids, a quote, these kids are falling through the cracks and we have all the support in the world for them. This is being met with resistance by unions, school superintendents, but supported by school boards. We have a plan for schools he has a plan to open schools for our young kids most affected by February 14th to get the $2 billion, parts of $2 billion worth of stimulus money. This is a simple resolution like we've had before. This can be wordsmith, or we can really shorten this up today, and I will just ask to have it removed if you so want. I just wanted to bring forward something for the kids in our small locally owned businesses, that we have faith, full faith in public health and the tenacity of Humboldt to work towards their future. Nowhere in this does this say I want to take the power from public health, and no way in heck do I want it. This is not political. This is our path forward, how we choose. As our governor and Joe Biden is quoted as saying, it should be a national priority to open schools as possible. So if it is the pleasure of the board, I've brought letters forward before and not got a second or anything else. I'm willing to let this drop, and in nowhere in this statement did I say take it out of the hands of the scientists. But right now we're at a 50+% on ICU capacity. Shasta's at 20. We're all in that northern region. What happens if we keep doing better and then we fall into what is going on over there? I just want to have a little bit of faith in our public health, whose staff, I had a talk with Dr. Hoffman last night, whose staff, we have Dr. Frankovich over there, Dr. Enos, and Dr. Hoffman running the team over there. I have full faith in public health. I keep reading that the reason we don't have more vaccines is the state isn't getting them to us. This is the same state we're taking everything from. We are a lot different up here. I was hoping to start a conversation, but I can pull the item if asked and be comfortable in my skin. So you guys, I'll put it on you, and thank you. I didn't realize I would cause this much uproar.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Well, I think you've actually, there has been conversation regarding things for sure. I don't know, Supervisor Bohn, if you want to move your resolution, or should we just go to public comment first? I'll take your cue if no one else is ready.
I'm actually,
Go ahead.
In the matter of time, some of the public comments that have been forwarded to me are questioning my intelligence. I do that on a daily basis, so I agree with you there. This is political. It's not political. The ordinance or this resolution was written by Republicans, so, but it is for our kids and our small businesses. I can't find anywhere where it says we take the power away from our local health officials, and they can still parrot what the state's doing. I would just like to have the local control. Los Angeles County is terrible right now, but they also have a lot of bars and restaurants open because they don't have enough people to corral it. They actually just wrote, I think, their first ticket for a bar being open for a county of 10 million people. That amazes me. So, so what I'm saying is I have a lot of faith in Humboldt. I have even more faith in our public health that we're going to do the right thing. So, but I'm also willing, we can let the people speak, and I can be pitchforked to death if you want, or whatever the case be. Or in the matter of time, if we're not going to move on with it and we just want to have a public shaming on me, I'm good with that too. I got big shoulders.
Well, and at this moment, there's only one hand raised, so. But I will go to Supervisor Wilson, I believe. Oh, and I'd like to remind the supervisors, please try to push the raise your hand icon. I'm trying to get myself used to that, and it is easier. So thank you in advance for doing that. Supervisor Wilson?
Sure. I don't need a public shaming so long as it's not too long. And I would say that I am wholeheartedly against this resolution and letters as the way that they are, and I have received an immense amount of negative feedback from my constituency on that, and I think justifiably so. We can talk about the intent of it, but quite frankly, at the national level, the dysfunction of strategy to address this has, it is just been absolutely terrible. So from the strategic end at the federal level, just absolutely horrible, and has fallen apart from the beginning. And from my perspective, that has been a lack of cohesiveness that I don't want to replicate from the bottom up. And I think that this type of language does that. And so I believe that, we suffer quite a bit from a toxic individuality to a certain degree. And we're seeing that play out, in some of the national politics and what we just witnessed on Wednesday. And I've just found the timing of this to be just terrible from that perspective. And so if Rex or excuse me, Supervisor Bohn is
Rex.
asking. I'll keep trying, Supervisor Bohn. As long as Supervisor Bohn is asking for somebody to put forward that this doesn't go forward, then I'm happy to be that person in this moment. So.
I think, I'm not sure, was that like a motion or just a confirmation to one of the questions that Supervisor Bohn asked? Supervisor Wilson?
Sound like a motion.
Okay, the motion? Thumbs up, Mike, do something.
Sorry, I turned off my microphone back and forth. So I was going to ask Council Billingsley, what would be the appropriate motion to? It's not like to basically ask that this not be moved forward. If we don't need a motion and someone wants to drop it, we can do that too. I'm happy that we don't need to necessarily go through a vote if that does the same thing.
Yes,
And with that, I'm fully aware. I actually apologize for the timing of this. I brought this up actually to the staff week before last, and realized with everything going on, I waited to get more information so I could, and you wouldn't know it by the resolution how small it is in the staff report. And so little did I know that, everything was going to blow up. So the timing, even though I would like to think it turned toxic than me trying to make it toxic, because I had no premonition that Washington, D.C. was going to blow up like it did. So with that, and not hearing anybody say anything else, I will pull this item. I will still support our president and governor on getting the schools open as quick as possible. Pretty much guaranteed that the governor has now asked for the schools to be open by February 14th to get their stimulus money. So we will probably see those, and I do want to see the teachers get vaccinated as soon as possible, especially the teachers that are in school now, especially the ones that are out there every day now, and then go on so the other ones can get their vaccination and get their schools open. But with that, I will pull the item, and I graciously, but if you guys want to public shame me, I'm also good with that. I got big shoulders.
All right, Supervisor Bushnell.
Good morning, everyone. I want to say that probably the resolution and the timing was bad, just because of the given events that have happened since. But I also want to say personally, and for my constituents, that I support our youth getting back in school. It's very important. Given that the governor has made a statement that by February 14th, he wants to see that, I think that issue has been taken care of. I also am very supportive of our small local businesses that are suffering through this. It's an unfortunate set of events that have happened for the last 10 months. And while I'm not going to, obviously, Supervisor Bohn pulled the item and wasn't willing to second at this time, I do want to show my support for the idea of local control when our numbers are sufficiently lowering. Back in August, when we weren't the same as other counties in California, it was probably more pertinent that we might have had some more local control. But I just want to show my support for our youth and for our local small businesses that are really suffering. And thanks, Rex, for the idea and for the wording. I know that, a lot of people really appreciate that. I also want to say that it's super important for me that we stay safe and that we recognize the people that are susceptible to COVID and that we keep them safe also. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. Okay, sorry, Supervisor Madrone, I barely saw your hand. You like that, raise the hand of the signal on the computer, it makes it easier, but yes, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd use the hand symbol if it was available to me. For some reason today, when I've got the panelist panel open, I don't have the option for raise the hand. It's only an invite and a mute. So I've emailed Ryan to see what's going on there, why I don't have that option. Normally it shows right at the bottom of the participants list. And I see that Supervisor Bushnell was able to do it. So I'm not quite sure why I'm not given that option today, but at any rate, that's why I did the physical. So I'll try and hold it up until you see me until that's corrected. Yeah, I also support small businesses, and I know that it's been an incredible hardship for them. I do want to sing the praises of our economic development team in their work to get the CARES Act funding out to small businesses. I mean, they have just gone to so many extra miles to help people. And I'm sure there are small businesses that either don't qualify or maybe haven't gotten help yet, but this has been a huge program, you know, over $1 million going out. And I know for a fact that staff have spent incredible hours going to great lengths to help people line up loans to then be able to pay the back rent and then use the money from this grant to pay back the loan. And whatever they can do, they're out there working to help make that happen. Now, in no way does that mean there aren't small businesses suffering, because they are. And I recognize that. That's a big deal. And hopefully more support will be coming soon. As far as the schools, I'm a little confused because basically they have local control. You know, my understanding is that right now every school has the option to open if they want to. And it's really been a decision of the school boards with input from the teachers and the parents that have sort of, you know, crafted the varying diverse ways that schools have opened. Some have opened completely, some are partially open, others are completely distance learning. There's quite a variety going on out there. But what we have right now is local control. The schools are making these decisions. I certainly don't want to be in a position of telling them what to do, which is, you know, I know it only said encourage, but I think they're doing a great job of working with their constituents, with their teachers, and trying to make that happen. And as I understand it, if you're open before you got into the purple tier, you can stay open. Right now we're in the red tier. So if they open and we go into the purple tier, they can still stay open. If you're not open and we go into the purple tier, then you can't open. But of course, the governor's edict for February will change a lot of that and rearrange that. But I just wanted to point that out, that I believe that right now, the way things are working, the schools absolutely have local control over that. And, you know, I'm really thankful to the Humboldt community for the hard work they've done with masking and distancing and hand washing, et cetera. That is absolutely a big part of why we have been doing better than the rest of the state. So I applaud our community here for all their hard work, the businesses, individuals, for staying home if they don't need to go out, and then adhering to these measures, because that's what's put us in this good place. And when you're in a really good place, that's not the time to loosen things up, because that's what makes it worse. I mean, I don't want to see us catch up with LA or anywhere else. So I applaud our health officer, our health team, and everything they've done to encourage us to really double down on safety measures. And I want to stay that course. With the vaccines starting to come out, we're starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel. And I think we need to just carry on with that. Also did a little research on the background of this resolution and where it was coming from. And when I went to the website, I have to say I was a bit shocked to see the photo on the cover page of the website is the Placer County Supervisors, which I believe is where this resolution started. And 3 out of 5 of the board members are unmasked, all together in the same room, indoors. Yes, they're 5 or 6 feet apart, but 3 out of 5, a majority of the supervisors were unmasked. And of course, we've had some complaints about unmasked supervisors in our courthouse recently as well. So I just think that, you know, now's not the time to loosen things up. It's the time to double down and stay the course And I'm glad, I appreciate Supervisor Bohn, bringing the conversation forward and then pulling this item. So thank you for doing that. I definitely don't support the item, but I do support continuing to maintain safety in our community. And I thank everybody working on that. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I just wanted to conclude, of course, everybody is extremely supportive of all of our small businesses and all of our schools. I mean, I just want to say, like, I, as a member of this board who has a school-age child at home, this has been extremely difficult, and I want to get back to school as soon as possible. And also, we are all very supportive of our business community, and what's being put in front of us is what we disagree with is, I guess, the strategy on how to do that. And I think this is a deeply flawed strategy on how to get businesses back open and running. And so that's generally, to be quite frank, as a board, how we operate in general. We all want a fairly similar vision of prosperity and happiness within our community. We disagree on those strategies, and that's why we have a board. And so, with that, I want us to move forward without this resolution. However, we can do that. Thank you.
All right. Well, we can open it up to public comment, and then we can come back to the board. Actually,
or we can pull the item.
Well, they still deserve public comment, even if you pull the item. Leave that, they called in to talk about this item, so I'm giving them.
The item's a non-issue. Do we need
Supervisor
to wait?
Bohn, it's my decision. Thank you very much.
Perfect.
We only have one attendee that hasn't had a hand up, and last score is 6158. And are you there, 6158? Press star 6 to unmute. All right, they perhaps decided not to comment, so I will return this back to the board after several attempts to try to reach that person. So Supervisor Bohn, thank you for offering to just pull it back. I do not believe we need a motion, but I would like to ask County Council Billingsley, can a supervisor just remove their own item and then have it be a moot point?
Yes, Chair, then the item will not move forward.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm. So we will now move on to the next item. And going to the departmental items, the first one comes to us from the clerk of the board regarding appointment of county member and alternate to the California Cannabis Authority. So Ms. Hayes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. The item before you is for your board to consider appointment of county member and alternate to the California Cannabis Authority. If you recall, when the board took up boards and commissions at their January 5th meeting, the board specifically pulled this item and asked for some additional information before making appointments to this particular board. The CCA, or the California Cannabis Authority, is a joint powers authority created by agreement between counties and sponsored by the California State Association of Counties and/or CSAC. Purpose of the organization is to develop and manage a statewide data platform that will gather, collect, and analyze information from a myriad of data sources into one resource to help local governments ensure cannabis regulatory compliance and also provide necessary information to financial institutions that wish to work with the cannabis industry. Last year, former Supervisor Estelle Fennell was the member, and John Bartholomew, our treasurer tax collector, was the alternate. Obviously, Supervisor Fennell has left the board, so the member position is now vacant. I should note that also treasurer tax collector John Bartholomew is willing to continue serving in the alternate position if the board so chooses. And with that, I'll take it back to the board.
All right, thank you, Kathy. So conversation amongst the board. Supervisor Madrone, then Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I was hoping that our county council might make a statement in general about conflicts of interest. As I remember the meeting last week, when this item came up, there was immediately some question about conflicts of interest on the part of some board members. And there was some question about whether or not the California Cannabis Authority had any regulations or requirements in regards to that. And so I was surprised to see this item on the agenda without any response to those questions that had been asked last week about ethics laws, conflict of interest, and the CCA's own rules. So I did pull up the CCA's Joint Powers Authority Agreement that the county signed in 2018. And in there is one clause that says that the CCA will develop conflict of interest rules for their entity, and they will promulgate them along the lines of the state's ethics laws that exist regardless of whether or not the CCAA does something or not. I have not been able to find out if the CCAA actually did adopt any specific ethics rules in their Joint Powers Authority. So at this point, I don't believe they have, but regardless, all of us as elected officials are subject to the ethics laws of the state of California on everything that we do, no matter what committee we take part in, et cetera. We've all been getting a huge list of trainings that we're supposed to take part in as board members. It's a long list. I think it's like 20 or 30 hours of trainings. And we are required to do our ethics training once every 2 years. As a new board member, I was able to do that at the CSAC meeting in November, just before I took office. And it was a great program, but 2 years have passed. So I was required to once again do the ethics training. And I have to say, I think it's a really good thing, because even though I think I understand these rules pretty well, going back through that training, which is a 2-hour minimum training, there was a lot of stuff that was refreshed in my mind about our responsibilities to the public in regards to ethics. And so I did that course and passed it. It's a lot of work. It took me about 3 hours to get through it. And I took a few notes that I wanted to share with the board real quickly. But I also want to say that I'm very interested in this position and would be honored to represent the board on this statewide authority. I am the one member on the board right now that has been a part of the Cannabis ad hoc for the last year and a half, and have a lot of background and knowledge in the industry, but I have no conflicts, neither I nor any member of my family is involved in commercial cannabis growing, et cetera. So I just wanted to share a few thoughts that I pulled out of the ethics training. And one of the first pieces is it talks a lot about how our agency attorney or our county counsel is an important resource to us if we have questions. And their job is to promote compliance with public service ethics laws and not find ways around them. These are statements that come directly from the ethics training manual. And our agency attorney wants to avoid a situation in which an agency action could be subject to challenge because an official participated in a decision that the official shouldn't have participated. And the attorney represents the entire agency, not just us as an individual. They are not our private attorney. We've heard a lot about that in the news lately. And so for that reason, the agency attorney is likely to advise others if we disregard the attorney's advice on ethics laws. It goes on to say that the public's trust in us turns on whether they perceive our actions and decisions as promoting the public's interest as opposed to our own personal or political interests. And that that there is this notion of receiving a benefit. It doesn't have to just be cash. It can come in other ways in terms of conflicts of interest. And it includes things like campaign contributions, jobs, gifts, special considerations. All of this was codified in the California Political Reform Act of 1974. And it says that when a public official has a financial interest in a decision before him or her, the public official must step aside and not be involved in that process. And if there's a monetary impact of $250 or more that I or my family might benefit from, that's a conflict, and we need to avoid that. It goes on to talk about disqualifying ourselves, and that we as individuals really need to take personal responsibility for this. It really should not be a responsibility of our colleagues to point out to us that we have a conflict when it's evident that there is one. It goes on a lot to talk about how it's really our personal responsibility to identify those conflicts and to report them and to separate ourselves out from that situation. So to conclude, it talks a lot about how an official is very wise to be especially sensitive to public perceptions when issues concern members of an official's family. It does say in there that the legal financial conflict is direct family members or dependent children. Often we have children that have grown up that aren't dependent anymore. So that may not be a direct legal financial conflict of interest, but if the public perceives it as such, if there's this strong appearance that we might be conflicted because we have a family member involved and the things we're doing might create a financial impact for those family members, then we are advised to seek recusal or avoid being in that conflict. So I just wanted to share that because I felt this training was very valuable for myself, and I encourage all of us to get caught up on that. And with that, I'll just once again say that I would be very honored to represent the county on this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. And yes, that training is valuable, and we do it. I just did it last week again. So I'm going to go to County Council Billingsley first, and then we'll go to Supervisors Wilson, Bushnell, and Bohn.
Through the chair, if I may, I know Kathy's had her hand raised there. I just want to make sure.
Oh, sorry. It's not a yellow thing. I can't. My eyes are not doing well today. All right, so Kathy, and then Jefferson, County Council Billingsley. Then we'll go to the soups.
Yes, Chairwoman Bass and members of the board. I apologize. I should have included this email, but it was received after we published the agenda. I wanted to let you know that I did reach out to Greg Turner, the executive director for the CCA, and he did respond to me via email, and I can provide that to you or any members of the public. But the key components speak to the question I asked him about conflict of interest. And I'm going to read to you briefly what his response was so that everyone can understand exactly what the requirements are. He basically said as to who the board designates as the member and alternate is the discretion of the respective boards of supervisors. And then he goes on to say, the question that I asked him about conflicts, finally, our conflict of interest policy, I'm actually in the middle of revising, updating that. But generally speaking, it's a typical conflict of interest policy. So if a BOS member or any designated representative has interests which may conflict with their participation in CCA, they may need to disclose them and or recuse themselves from decisions in which a conflict exists. This becomes a pricing information. This becomes, more acute, for example, when a county has license data in the platform as the level of detail regarding transactional and pricing information is significant and could obviously create an issue if unique to each county. And we have no control over that. Most decisions made by the board regard CCA activities, not the direct regulation or taxation of cannabis. And finally, he states, that said, I don't want to discourage a BOS member from participating who is engaged or connected to cannabis businesses. We want them to participate. So if your member is interested but has some concerns about potential conflicts, perhaps we can talk through that. Participation can occur without running into conflicts that might expose CCA to justifiable criticism or legal challenges. So that I will provide that to our board members and any members of the public. I apologize, I got his response after we published the agenda. So maybe that may answer some questions with respect to conflict of interest in members that are appointed or alternates. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Next we'll go to County Council Billingsley.
Thank you, Chair. I was not aware of that communication from the CCA, but I can say generally that the county has an adopted conflict of interest code, which basically incorporates all all the state regulations. It's up to any individual that falls under that conflict of interest code to make an individual determination as to whether or not they have a conflict. And last, I think it's important to note that only a determination from the FPPC, not any advice you might receive from your counsel, provides any protection from that. If you want protection from a potential conflict of interest, you need an official determination from the FPPC. Thank you.
All right, so now we'll return to the supervisors. I have Supervisor Wilson up first, and then Supervisor Bushnell, and then Supervisor Bohn, and then I'd like to make a comment or question. Yes, Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. After hearing all that, I support Steve or Supervisor Madrone, excuse me, in his request. That being said, this is not, I have no interest in being on this or an alternate to this organization at all. And I do believe that, there are the technicalities of what is perception of conflict of interest and then what is conflict of interest. And it has impact. That's all I want to say. But however this goes, I think we're going to be, we have a lot of good knowledge on this board about this. I'm just not that person, so.
All right, Supervisor Bushnell.
I'm gonna refrain my comments until after I hear everybody speak, please.
Supervisor Bohn.
Well, I truly appreciate Supervisor Madrone, even though not naming me, looking out for my behalf and everything. But since this has been addressed and readdressed about, and being wide open, so I don't know, and I know the perception of conflict we put out there, and fully aware that it's been out there for quite a few years. I just won re-election, and the perception that I'm doing my job without conflict was pretty good numbers, and I appreciate those people that support me. So I want to know a lot of these JPAs and authorities, just as the CCA mentioned, if in your doing your research, I looked up the Almond Growers Association, I looked up the Cattlemen's Association, all legal entities. I looked up the Fruit Growers Association, and they are truly fully staffed with a lot of farmers and growers involved in it. Now, I'm not a farmer, I'm not a grower, I don't own anything, and to try to disparage my family and myself continuously, like other people, is quite unnerving. And to make the insinuations that you do, and then come back that says, I hope our board can work together. I do too. I really hope we can work together someday, because I think you bring a lot of stuff to the table. Me, I guess I bring a lot of conflict. But with that being said, Steve, you can do this. I'll step back. You can do this. I mean, kick and scream and throw me under the bus every chance you get to get your way. I'm all for it. So thank you.
All right, Supervisor Bohn, thank you for that. I know Supervisor Bushnell, you wanted to wait. My one concern beyond, the conflict of interest, it sounds like, it is a squishy area. You want to be sure. I mean, I've taken myself out of decisions that it probably was further out than what you'd need to as far as a relation, but I think we all just need to be sensitive to that. But I don't know, I don't see the treasurer tax collector on here. If he is, maybe I'm just not noticing it. But I've been under the impression in the past when I've spoken to people about the CCA that there is financial information that is proprietary to individual businesses. And I think that can be a concern that may not be considered your average conflict of interest, but it's the concern of, what else are you seeing of somebody else's numbers, and how that falls, into this equation. I do know that that has been a concern in the past, so I did just want to bring that up as an additional item to think about. So that's all I had. And Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that I don't believe the conflict is there with this board, and getting clarification from the board itself is what I'm judging that on. With that being said, when you are interested in sitting on a board, it usually is to benefit an entity, or to help, not benefit, to help the entity that you're interested in, such as the almond growers, California cattlemen, and so forth and so on. I am willing this year to set back and see what Supervisor Bohn or Supervisor Madrone can do. However, I believe that my interest in this board is the benefit of my district, having one of the largest amounts of cannabis grows, legal entity grows in my district. That was my interest in this board. My knowledge is large. I have a large knowledge, and I wanted to use that knowledge to be helpful. Once again, I'm going to say the conflict isn't there, and I would never jeopardize this board or jeopardize myself with wanting to be on a board that I felt the conflict was that large. And I am going to, in the interest of making this board workable, and I'm going to respect Supervisor Madrone and allow that and not contest his wanting to be there. But I want people to know that my interest was for my district, because I have such a large amount of legal cannabis farming in my district. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I appreciate this. And as I've said before, I really don't feel that I do feel like our board members, all of us, are working hard for the public. But I will say this is different than, like an Almond Growers Association, which is a private organization. This is a state organization. And when we're representing on a state organization, we're actually trying to represent all people in the state on an issue, not whether it's our district or the industry itself or whatever that is. I mean, we have those responsibilities. And so it is, I just want to make sure it's just like when I'm on the Coastal Commission and people are like, you just represent one district. It's like, so, yeah, I do kind of, but the Coastal Act is about, everyone's access to the entire state, whether you live on the coast or don't, or in the North Coast or the South. And so I just want to frame that out. But that being said, I'm okay with how this is moving forward. Either way, I'm good.
Supervisor
Supervisor Wilson. Yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
Supervisor Wilson, I respect that about the almond growers. However, California Cattlemen's Association is California-wide, and the majority of sitting on that board is from cattlemen. I just want to make that point and clarify that point.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. And Supervisor Wilson.
I wasn't familiar that the Cattlemen's Association is a state agency. Is it? I guess that was, it is or is not. I'm not familiar with it, so.
Is CCA a state organization? I thought it was an organization. We did that through CSAC. I thought it was a JPA assorted through CSAC, which is not by the state. It is an assistance group for counties. And we keep saying this, and if we keep throwing out misinformation, we're going to get what we want.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the correction. So, but nonetheless, a JPA is still under the Brown Act. It's still under state code in terms of a governmental organization. It is not a private organization. Just want to be really clear about that. So I apologize for the tweak in that, and I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I was like, do I know everything about this? Heck no. I mean, I'm diving in way too deep than I ever wanted to be in this conversation. So I apologize for being drawn into that space.
Supervisor Bohn and then myself.
I'm just saying we have a supervisor that wants this, who says I have no ties, no information, no ties or anything to the industry. And I believe that just because of being in Garberville Supervisor Bushnell has a lot of ties and a lot of say. But let's have somebody that doesn't have any ties or any knowledge. They're looking at, you said they're reaching out for people that have knowledge on the board. And it was self-stated, I have nothing to do with it and have no knowledge about commercial. So or something to that effect. Sorry, it might not be exactly, but like I said, let's let Supervisor Madrone have his preference, and we'll just go forward. And I think, and my only fear is as we move forward to get a position, the best way to do it is throw as much dirt on anybody else that wants it.
All right, Supervisor Wilson, then I would like to make a comment.
Yeah, I mean, with that, I'll just make the motion that we appoint Supervisor Madrone to this position. And I know that the alternate right now is John Bartholomew, but I would ask that that we make a request to the organization that they make sure that Supervisor Bushnell is afforded all of the announcements for the meetings as well as the meeting notes. So.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And through the chair, Ryan has his hand raised.
Okay, thank you very much, Supervisor Wilson. Did not see that. Yes, Ryan.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Wilson, so that motion includes Treasurer Tax Collector Bartholomew as the alternate?
Yes, it does.
And that's okay with the seconder?
I will second the motion. Thank you, Supervisor Wilson, for that add-on.
And then I think the one thing that I would say is, obviously it's great to have a lot of interest in this, and hopefully by next year we'll have a little more clarity on, because the person from our board who's been on it for the entire time is missing, right? Not here, which that's things change, and so a bit of that knowledge, probably left that we may have been able to get a little more information. But I'm comfortable with this motion, but I do think, in the future, if we find that we really are clear on whatever conflicts do or don't exist, I do think Supervisor Bushnell would be a good fit going forward. And that's, before we know it, the year's going to be over. So let's plan for the future. Supervisor Wilson, did you have one more thing before I went to public comment?
I just wanted to recognize that there is anxiety about these connections and threads throughout our community. It doesn't matter what, and we're not the only place that is. And, and we need to recognize that, but also be adults as best we can in regards to that as well. And I think we're getting there. So.
All right, thank you.
Me included.
Thank you. I'm going to actually move on to public comment here just so we can make sure we hear what they have to say. And I can only see one hand right now. So Kent, welcome.
Virginia, yeah, I was, as you saw, I had my hand up on the prior topic. Technology precluded me. I raised it 3 times and still was not able to speak. I'll address that, I guess, maybe next meeting. I'm going to hit it really quick. Rex, good for you to put that on there. I supported it 100%, so I slid that one in. So I do applaud the conversation you had here. I do applaud moving forward with Mr. Madrone, Supervisor Madrone, and John Bartholomew in these positions. I did want to make a little clarity here. I don't think that Steve Madrone lacks any knowledge that anybody else lacks here. That I think lack of knowledge was something. He may have a little different viewpoint as far as the future of cannabis in Humboldt County than has been prevalent before. Just so you supervisors get a little bit of public input, and hopefully you'll get some more. I think it's time that we had somebody on there who was not in favor of the blow it up perception that's out there. There are a lot of grows in the 5th district. Maybe not as many in the other area, a lot of permitted grows. And so I don't see, Virginia's district has very little. I mean, that's the only district in here that I'm aware of that is, and I think probably Supervisor Wilson has the second. lease to that. So I see no problem. I strongly support it. Maybe a little different viewpoint representing Humboldt County, maybe to get the small grower on the map and have them really brought to the forefront. And instead of having these 7-acre grows that seem to be in the pipeline that are coming forward from people out of the area. So I do appreciate Supervisor Madrone's willingness to represent maybe the average person in Humboldt County. I hate to have to put it that way. And maybe the small growers at the same time. And I think a lot of what will happen will be in the county's best interest. I do also support you frequently have somebody, if it works out well, carrying forward with Supervisor Madrone in the future, because that's what you folks continually do. It takes a while to come up to speed. And so I'm going to make that comment at this time, and that's my input. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
All right. Thank you, Ken. And also thank you for mentioning your hand being up, because it was up and then it dropped off and it never came back on during that last item. So we will.
I tried.
We'll certainly look at that, but thank you for letting me know, because that it was not intended to have you drop off.
It was on my end. Somebody called through over the top of you, and that's how we lose our hands. That just to let you know.
Thank you. Sounds like a dangerous thing. Yes, Ryan, did you have something you wanted to say, or just getting ready for the vote?
I was agreeing with yourself and Kent that I saw the call drop off as well, and then the hand never got raised again. So my only suggestion to possibly remedy that would just to try to push *9 again, and hopefully the hand would raise at that point again.
Right.
It doesn't.
Thank you, Ryan. All right, thank you, Kent. We're going to close public comment because I see no hands up, but apparently that doesn't necessarily mean anything. So I think we've had enough conversation about this, so I'd like to just go straight to the roll call vote, please, Ryan.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Bohn?
I'm trying to figure out if I have a conflict or not on this. Yes, I'm the one who said let's just move on.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to our second departmental item, which comes to us from Human Resources regarding review and recommendations related to staffing up at the Auditor Controller's Office. And Director Lee, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable board members, CEO Nielsen, and County Council Billingsley. Thank you for the privilege to be here this morning. At this time, staff is requesting permission to share the screen.
Yes, that sounds lovely.
Thank you. Again, thank you for the privilege of your time. The item before your board is a culmination of several actionable directives by your board to County Human Resources and Risk Management in the recent months. As indicated in slide 2 is a timeline of the various past meetings presented to your board with respect to this item. Slide 3, please. With respect to the specific agenda item before your board this morning, and as stated in the past meetings, and again expressed here today, it is the opinion of County Human Resources and Risk Management that coupling with the additional staffing allocations and a formal staffing study, I believe that this interim staff augmentation measures would likely stabilize the operations. Additionally, for long-term sustainable solutions, I am also recommending a county-wide operational realignment initiative to assess the effectiveness and efficiencies of various business functions. As shared in the past, the 2018 operational and workload study presented results and recommendations that I truly believe with an emphasis on evaluating the effectiveness and efficiencies of centralizations or decentralization services. And at this time, very quickly, these are the recommendations for your board. Discussion this morning is to approve the amended class spec for the assistant auditor classification, approval of the new classifications of supervising accountant auditor, adoptions of the resolutions to formalize this classification specs, and previously approved by your board with a comprehensive staffing studies and the county-wide organizational realignment initiatives, and this is discussed in length in the staff report. And discussions and considerations by your board's motion for positions allocations as presented herein. And should your board approve the recommended positions allocations, then it will require 4/5 of your board to approve these supplemental budgets for the Auditor Controller's Office Budget Unit 111. So at this time, that concludes my remarks, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
All right, hold on just a moment. I've got to get my screen opened all the way. Whoops. There we go. All right, so first I'm going to go to the board, and I recognize that Auditor Paz Dominguez is on the call, but I would like to at least get the initial questions from the supervisors, if that's all, is that agreeable, Auditor? Or would you like to do your comments now? Okay, thank you. So is there any questions at this time for Director Lee? Supervisor Bohn.
Let's just move forward with this. I just want to clarify for my own benefit. And I know I've asked this so many times, but I just want to clarify. This will be the 4th and 5th position we have allocated in the last 30 months for the Auditor Controller's Office. Is that right? Or did we allocate the other 3 and they didn't get them, and this is the first 2 we've done? Just a point of clarification. I'm all supporting on giving her more staff because we need our cost allocation plan because there's 23 million sitting out there, and we need the 2019 books closed. So we need to have this happen. So in turn, I'm all forward. Let's give her more. We got to get this stuff done, or we are in financial disaster. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Any other supervisors at this moment have a question? All right. And I think Supervisor Bohn, sounded like there's a question for Director Lee to answer.
Supervisor Bohn, thank you. To my knowledge, within the last 6 months that I am here, recently your board back in October timeframe approved for an executive secretary, which is a part-time position. And prior to that, in 2018, your board did allocate certain positions to the auditor controllers.
Okay, so this, all right, thank you. So this will actually, excuse me. So if we did the executive secretary with the previous 3, you said back in 2018, 2019, this would actually be the 5th and 6th person we've allowed for our auditor control. And knowing she came into I heard a nightmare and all this other stuff I'm hearing, but so we can move forward and get our books closed for our financial well-being of Humboldt County. But is that right? This will be the 5th and 6th person we've added to the 12-member staff that has historically been in there.
CAO Nielsen has her hand up.
So I would just like to provide some information. The board has allocated positions in fiscal year 18-19 in 2021. And if your board allocates positions today, that will be an increase of 5 positions. That's not an increase of 6.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Wilson.
I think you're confusing my facial expressions for wanting to speak.
Yeah, there's a hand up above your head.
Oh no, that was me going like this.
No, there's a hand on the screen.
Oh, there is?
Yes.
Oh crap! Sorry about that.
All right, I gave you another chance. One thing before we do move on, I do want to remind people that I did say we would take a 10-minute break at 11 o'clock sharp. So just wanted to remind us all about that. And so this, I'd like to welcome Auditor Controller Dominguez to comment. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I'd like to publicly express gratitude to Director Lee for her work on this item. I appreciate her research and her informative presentation. I do think it's important to address Supervisor Bohn's question because it's critical that we stop promoting misinformation. The positions that he keeps repeating have been allocated to my department. I need to clarify, one of them already existed in our office. It was a part-time position that was made full-time. I wouldn't consider that an additional staff person. It's just giving her a full-time schedule when she could have already been working that. And it was a fiscal assistant position. The other position we got was another senior fiscal assistant position, not an accountant. The accountant that was allocated to me by this board on her first day had to be sent to the Emergency Operations Center. So there was no advantage to my department to get that position because she didn't actually get to work with us while she was at the EOC. The positions that you allocated a couple months ago were extra help positions. They are not permanent. They are not even temporary because we can't fill them. My reaction to the presentation is that it was very well done and I appreciate it. I appreciate the care that Director Lee took in presenting it. I know it must be difficult to present for another department. My request to the board continues to be the same as it has been for over 3 years, and that is to please adequately staff the Auditor Controller Department, not with interim positions, because this is not an interim need. We have to adhere to GASB pronouncements. They issue new pronouncements every year that will require continued accountant work, like GASB 87 being the most notable one that requires a full overhaul of all of this county's leases. And we will have to make determinations about whether to capitalize them, recognize them on the books, or expense them. This county has hundreds of leases, and that's going to be a full-time job for one accountant that we currently don't have. It's not going to be a problem that goes away after 6 months or a year. These positions are needed in the department. I reviewed the attachments that Director Lee provided to your board, and I saw the tables that she drafted that compared all the different counties and the positions that they have. And I will point you to Shasta County. They are the most comparable county to ours. They have more than 20 people on staff in the Auditor Controller Department. We have 10. I know that we have other positions that I can't hire, so they don't really count. While someone is on leave, we can't hire that position. Extra help positions are hard to recruit for these highly qualified and skilled positions. People are not going to leave what job they may have to pursue something that's temporary and unstable. And for that same reason, I would like to request that whatever positions, if any, you do allocate today, that they be made permanent so that we can incentivize people coming to work for the county and providing the public the service that it deserves. So I appreciate your consideration, and I'm also available for questions.
Thank you, Auditor Paz Dominguez. Is there anyone at this time that would like to ask any questions of the auditor?
I want to thank her for the clarification from her perspective with relationship to those positions. I think it's important information in this discussion.
All right, then we'll go and have some discussion and then open it up for public comment in a bit. Is there any supervisors who have a comment at this time? Oh, Supervisor Madrone, thank you. You got your hand back.
Yes, I got my hands back, so it's nice to have your hands, right? Thank you, Ryan. As always, staff support is what keeps us all functioning, and he helped me clarify how to get back in and have that raise hand feature. So thank you, Ryan, Mr. Sharp. I very much appreciate the work of Director Lee here. I think she and her staff have put in an incredible amount of work, and I appreciate our Auditor Controller, Ms. Paz Dominguez, in terms of working together with this and the statements that she's made here today. I really am very excited about this action item because we're finally taking action, I hope today, to get the staffing in place to really start turning the corner on where we're at with all of the incredible work that needs to get done for the county. So I'm fully supportive of that. I guess the only real question is, permanent positions or temporary positions. I mean, if they were temporary, I would want them to be at least 3 years, just so that there's enough of an offer to actually attract individuals that might stay with us. But frankly, I'd be fine with making the positions permanent, because in the way we do our annual budget process, we can add and or delete positions. I know it's a lot harder to go back and delete. But if we add these positions and in 2 or 3 years, we see that we've really got enough staffing and everybody's working well together, all the trainings happened, staff know what they need to submit for documentation, then we're going to have a smooth running ship here. And that's what we all want. And I believe that will remedy itself over the next year or two, such that maybe we're looking out in the future and maybe we think, well, let's maintain those positions because that's what keeps us on time and online. Or we might think, well, the auditor controller might tell us, you know what, this helped us deal with all this backlog that existed before I took office. We're caught up. We've streamlined things. We've gotten a lot of institutionalized documentation on how we expect things to be done. And we could let go of a position or so, because I believe department directors do that. I know the treasurer tax collector did that, and others, when they no longer needed that staff, they have been forthright in coming forward to help the county with its overall budget. So this is exciting to me to be at this point. And I would go ahead and make a motion to accept this report from the HR department, excellent report, and to allocate a permanent duration 1.0 full-time equivalent supervising accountant auditor and a limited, and a permanent duration 1.0 full-time equivalent senior auditor, accountant auditor to budget unit 111 for the auditor controller's office. And I would move that we approve a supplemental budget in the amount of $102,763 for the auditor controller budget unit 111. And that would be my motion.
Is there a second?
I want to attract people sooner than later with full time here.
Thank you. Let's get a second.
For the sake of discussion, I'll second that, but that makes me have questions for Director Lee if she's ready for that.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Wilson, for seconding, and Director Lee. Supervisor Wilson, you can ask.
Sure. It's good to see you, Director Lee, today. I want to ask, so there's a request on the table to make these positions permanent, but I'm kind of wondering, there's also in here about the direction with relationship to a countywide, realignment, which I mean, you have talked about with us before, which I think is really important. This is how all departments function, connect together. And when we add positions and in different departments, especially ones that have skill sets that might mix and match with others, we have issues with what's called compaction and those issues related to pay, and then how everyone's how those things kind of jive together. And I'm kind of wondering, in terms of like the strategy that's been put forth in this document with relationship to temporary positions as versus permanent, can you kind of address why we would maybe pick one over the other in terms of strategy and how we might move forward?
Certainly, Supervisor Wilson. I just wanted to take a step back. In earlier meetings, your board asked Human Resource Department just for various options. And quite frankly, at that time, staff was making a presentation, actually making some remarks with reference to the 2018 CPS study report, to do a deep dive in terms of what options, operational realignment. We would have to understand how many people, how many positions are allocated throughout the counties, and how do we reorganize that to ensure centralization versus decentralization to maximize the operations efficiency. That has nothing to do with classifications or some compactions, maybe not, but it's too early for us to tell until we do that deep dive. But with respect to the recommendations in the staff report today, it was just a mere motion for your board considerations, taking into considerations of various factors we're trying to bring in. And I would like to qualify that County Human Resource does not have the ability to recommend position allocation. Our job here is to look at the job class spec, review, and take a look at the number of positions allocations. And that will come through when we conduct our operational realignment to say that certain business functions will need X number of individuals in this X number of job classifications. So that's kind of a workload study that would entail us to come back to give you that big picture. In earlier meetings, County HR was merely making a recommendation in a way for your board to consider what could be an interim measures to facilitate and assist the Auditor Controller's office to stabilize some of these operational needs. And certainly that was the conversations, and it is not the intent of County HR to put out, whether it's an interim, fixed term, 2 years or 3 years. It is just a motion for your board discussion this morning.
And as a follow-up in terms of the review that, when you looked at auditor controller offices, and I know that I'm pretty sure you probably looked at the spectrum of qualifications and experience in terms of employees that are in those different departments. Did you see it as fairly common to have this level, these two positions? Because for us, it looks like these two positions are, have some experience requirements that we haven't had before necessarily in the department, and which I believe we need and helps. It just helps. I mean, you have an engineering department, you want to get some engineers in there. If you have it, it's like that's what you want to see. Do you feel like that this is in moving us in that general direction as compared to some of the other auditor controller offices that you see around?
So in reference to that, the staff report presented to your board today is a very limited kind of a peripheral review. And that is why back in early December, your board approved a contract for County HR along with MGO to do a formal staffing study. That staffing study will highlight and will do a lot of comparisons, data analysis, interview, surveys with our employees here at Humboldt County Auditor Controller's Office, and really have that engagement to say what is the number of positions for each job classifications to perform X, Y, and Z in order to facilitate county-wide financial, fiscal, operational needs. That is a full staffing study. Mm-hmm. That presentation this morning in this report is basically, again, to recognize the need and the request from the Auditor Controller's Office, and as directed by your board, this is staff recommendation. What can we move forward to stabilize the operations? And really, it's within your board to say, okay, we want to have this augmentation in the interim of a staffing study, and then coupling down the line with the full county realignment initiative efforts that I will undertake. We will see pockets of movements to ensure that are we looking at centralization versus decentralizations. And as presented in your staff report, that organizational realignment efforts will take times, and it will be a phased approach implementations. As you will recall, that study indicated there are 3 areas that we should look at. One is the accounting kind of a nature. The other one is the IT, and of course, human resources. And taking this initiative in this magnitude, we cannot be able to operationally implement all of this all in 1 year. So it has to be done in a phased approach. So our recommendation, to the best of my professional opinion, is to provide a mechanism to stabilize the operational need at this time. Then come back with a formal study to say, okay, based on this, what other critical needs do we have? Do we need to increase certain job classification and enhance where? And then a third layer, which is now a long-term solutions, would be, okay, where do we want to best maximize the operational needs across the entire county? So it's a multi-steps, but I truly believe this interim augmentation plan will provide the stabilization as needed for the Auditor Controller's Office.
And just one last question. So do you see a functional difference between a permanent allocation or a permanent versus the 3-year interim? And do you have a particular bent on that? I mean, I know you said you don't necessarily, I just want to know, like, what can you advise in terms of what you think, what we might do here in this case? I mean, I'm kind of leaning towards the permanent, because it sounds to me like we're going to go through this allocation or this these studies, but in my mind, I don't really see I don't see a path where we would reduce this level positions in that department. I don't see a trajectory that would bring us where we'd be pulling those things back, and maybe unless we were decentralizing those activities. And I have not seen. We did that once before, and I think we were having issues with that now. I mean, that was years ago, way before my time, and so it just seems to me the trajectory is towards centralization. But do you have any?
Certainly, to answer your question, Supervisor Wilson, there's a couple of questions in that statement, so I would like to take a step back. Whether this is going to be a permanent or an interim or a fixed term position that is within the authority of your board. And as Supervisor Madrone indicated, that deallocation or allocation of new positions oftentimes do take place during the budget process. And that will be up to individual department head having that conversations with the county administrative office and with your board and leading up to the adoptions of the budget. So that's one. Another type is that when you have a grant funding, those type of situations have fixed term allocations. And certainly we're not talking about grant in nature. And the original thought that I discussed back in September, October, November, December timeframe was that given the fact that if we actually will be looking down centralization down the line, more than likely the areas of accounting, receivable, AP, IT, human resources, we will be seeing allocations of current position exist. And we're not increasing allocation. It's just movements of positions to realign the business need. But we're not there yet because we don't know what this long-term realignment initiative will look like until we actually come in and conduct a full assessment and analysis, and definitely will have engaged conversations with your board for further direction. So I don't have an opinion today, but just to state the fact, these are the options for your board consideration.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm ready for public comment or whatever's next.
Thank you.
Or,
Supervisor Wilson. I actually, I'd like to ask a question of Director Lee as well. Thank you. So I'm trying to follow up. I'm hearing the bigger picture because, trying to see, and we may have to shuffle people. I guess my questions would be, if we did 3, the positions today that the auditors asked for and made them permanent, well, one, if we found out that we needed specific requirements in that office, would they have an opportunity to get the training to get up to what we may decide needs to be as far as the different functions, I guess? And then secondly, it sounds like I guess my question would be, if we make them permanent, but we do come up at the time that there's a realignment initiative and shifting people around, then people would already be there, but couldn't they not be shifted to an area they need to be, given based on the study? I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm just going, if they're there and we're shifting things around, is that an opportunity? Because we know that people go from one department to another anyway. So if that makes sense, can you just help provide a little information?
Yes, thank you for your questions, Madam Chair. So to answer your first questions regarding staff development and training, that would, our job in human resource is to look at the class plan, make recommendations from time to time to amend or to enhance certain job classifications so that we can do an effective recruitment. And ultimately, when the new employee coming on board, that would be up to the department to provide that kind of a technical training. HR would be more involved in terms of the actual onboarding. And if the department has a specific need, specific training, certainly our human resource department will look into specific training program. But because this is a technical position per se, that would be depending on the department heads to look at what are the critical training. But the foundation is set by your board by approving the classification specs as presented today. That baseline gave county HR what to look for in the recruitment efforts to ensure that the person may come in, may not know the technical day-to-day, the processes of the county, but the applicants would have those base minimum qualifications to meet the recruitment process. So that's to answer your questions regarding training. With respect to question number 2, when we do the centralization versus decentralizations and what happened to the incumbents, it is hard to predict because organizations in the 21st century, we are an agile organizations and we are constantly being under microscope with various regulatory agencies. And in the fiscal financial world, they are constantly changing in terms of the Gatsby pronouncements, which I'm very familiar with. And those kind of changing constantly it's hard for us to predict in the future once everything is done, what happened. And I think to me, it's an opportunity to do something good as opposed to centralizations, because now we can pull in the synergy of staff and be able to provide that resources more effectively and more coordinated, more standardized versus decentralized. And we are doing duplicate work that may or may not meet the need of the organizations. So to have an effective centralization plan will require a lot of energy, engagement with the department heads, support and buy-in to make sure that that focus will be the primary functions to ensure central departments will have the level to do what we need to do to carry out the functions for the entire county, not necessarily for each department. So to answer that question, I don't want to say maybe it depends, but in this case, it depends. And I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to come down to this path because, I have said many times, human resource management in the 21st century is about transformation. It's about strategic management. It's about looking at the big picture, being proactive, and it's not about transaction. And I think what we are doing today is a step toward that change in our environment is that we are looking collectively how to best minimize and support the stabilizations of operations where we need it, but also have a vision to look forward, say this is what we want to, and we strive toward that vision. And I'm truly excited about that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I do apologize. There's 2 hands that were up and I did not see who put their hand up first. So I'm going to call on the auditor and then on Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you very much, Chair Bass. I wanted to answer some of the questions I heard, even though they weren't asked of me, but I think it will be helpful for the discussion, and that is with relation to training. Since becoming the Auditor Controller, training has been one of my top priorities for my department. As we speak right now, one of our accountants is at a GFOA training called Accounting for Capital Assets. On Thursday, 2 of our accountants will be attending another GFOA training called GAAP Update. This is an annual class where they talk about specific pronouncements for the accounting field. We prioritize training. We make sure that all of our staff are caught up on all of their mandated trainings with the county. We are constantly looking for opportunities to improve. So training will not be something that we just don't do. It's something we already do. I also would like to point out to the board that through consent calendar, you've approved grant-funded positions on a permanent basis. We are not a grant-funded department, but we are part of a revenue-generating operation for this county. You've heard that saying, there's only 2 guarantees in life, death and taxes. My department participates in the taxes part. So when all the grants are gone and when there's no sales tax coming in, there will still be the property tax function. We set the tax rates. You depend on our department in order for all of the general fund departments to run. That's not going to go away. And we could fund ourselves by just utilizing the tax loss reserve fund that we also manage. I will also point out that we're offering all of our services for free. We're not charging any of the independent special districts for the services we provide. That's been a decision made sometime in the past. I'm not sure. It could be revisited. But if we started charging for our services as an auditor controller office would, then we would fund these positions. You wouldn't have to be worried about where will the money come from. We could fund ourselves. In the meantime, though, without charging all of those special districts, I depend on this board to provide for us. So just pointing that out, that there are untapped resources that would cover these positions on a permanent basis. We are focusing on training and will continue to do so. For all of our positions, starting with me all the way to our fiscal assistants.
All right. Okay. Thank you for the clarifications there on that. And Supervisor Bushnell.
Hi, my question is for Linda Lee, please. So can you tell me what full staffing for the Auditor Controller's office is?
Yes. Supervisor Bushnell, I understand that for fiscal year 2020-2021, currently there are 12 allocated positions.
So currently we have 10 staffing at the Auditor Controller. And maybe Ms. Paz Dominguez could confirm or not.
Yes, 10 including me.
So are we going to, my question to either of you, for clarification for myself, thank you, is we're going to add the motion that Supervisor Madrone put forth, 3 permanent staff, which would be 15 total? 2, thank you, 2. So it would be 14 total staffing?
That would be a total of 14 allocations. Yes.
Allocations, yeah. So currently, can I ask either one of you, because it appears that we're already down 2, is that because someone's on leave or is it because nobody there is there to fill the position?
Is it okay to just answer?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
One of our positions is on medical leave. The other was on medical leave, has since resigned because they did not get medical clearance to return. That position is currently in recruitment.
So currently then we would have 3 positions open and 1 on leave, correct?
If the board approves what is currently on the table, yes.
So can you, Ms. Paz Dominguez, can you answer how long does it take to train a new individual so that they are starting to be efficient and produce?
Training starts on day one and goes on forever. We are constantly learning not just accounting rules, but we are constantly keeping up with this board's passage of policies and procedures, state mandates, IRS mandates, those change every year. We hired a cohort of fiscal assistants in the summer. It took them about 3 months to become independent in the sense that they no longer had to reach out and ask questions and email, but were given the resources to be able to answer their own questions.
So,
but those are fiscal positions.
So clarifying, please, you anticipate a 3-month window before your new hires would be sufficient to produce?
I would anticipate a 6-month window for the accounting classification, and will also point out that this county has a mandatory probation period of 6 months. Thanks.
I'm aware of that. Thank you. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right. And I just wanted to, I did want to thank the auditor for the training she has provided. I know there's a lot of that. And also I appreciate the fact that your staff get to take part in professional development. I've actually been to CSAT classes with some of them. So, you know, I do want to say I appreciate you allowing staff to get that type of training as well. So do we have any other supervisors with a question, or can we just go to public comment? I think we can go to public comment because no one's waving their hand. All right, so, and the only hand I see up at the moment is someone with the last 4 digits of 9938. So if that is you, followed by 7454. All right, welcome 9938. Are you able to unmute?
Yes, hi.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to address the current situation in the Auditor Controller's office today. And I wrote a prepared statement so I wouldn't get off track. Let's imagine that a power plant, which is guided by strict state and federal guidelines, had a local person elected to run it. They did not meet minimum qualifications, but it is an elected position, and the person convinced the voters that there was massive corruption at the plant that only they could clean up. In the control room with thousands of colored buttons, switches, and automated systems compliant with state regulations, the person looks at a button and says, I want this button to be red, not yellow. I won't let anyone push this button until it's changed to red. Eventually, an alarm goes off. The reactor needs more water. The person says, no, we won't push it. The plant management tries to make the person push it, and they say, I need 5 more staff to change button colors before I will push it. And by the way, I got a lawyer. For the history of the Auditor Controller's office, they quietly got the job done year after year. When an underqualified person tries to reinvent 50 wheels or colored buttons, we find ourselves in a desperate financial situation. Is it right to spend large amounts of taxpayer money on multiple new positions to work on 50 wheels, oftentimes in ways the state doesn't accept? In looking at the job descriptions, it is striking that the assistant to Ms. Paz-Dominguez would have to meet qualifications that Ms. Paz-Dominguez does not herself possess. She is not a CPA, nor at the time of her election had the requisite years of experience. She would not be hired. Supervisor Madrone said that county agencies need to get on the ball with training to Ms. Paz-Dominguez's standards. I would ask him to imagine if every county in California had an elected official, that is, one who is not required to meet minimum qualification standards, came in and made major changes that often clashed with state requirements. It would be chaos. Every election cycle, a new person wants their changes made. The employees of Humboldt County are our friends, family, and neighbors. They are not corrupt. Ms. Paz-Dominguez scared voters with the drain the swamp technique. Now she's in, underqualified, and has a lawyer. Please, supervisors, stand up for county employees in our state-required processes. The situation is self-made by Ms. Paz-Dominguez and does not require massive new staff. If she would compromise on some situations, it would not be necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, and timed it perfectly, 3 minutes. All right, we have one other hand raised at the moment, and that is Kent. Welcome, Kent.
This is Kent Sawatsky speaking. I don't know if the prior speaker used their name. I'm an accounting major from Humboldt State. Technically, I have been in the capacity of a financial officer of a licensed corporation in California for many years. So I believe I meet the qualifications. I have seen no indication that our auditor controller does not meet the qualifications. My conversations with her have been ongoing during her tenure here with us, or 2 year, or whatever it is. And I've always been impressed by her knowledge. In my opinion, it far exceeds the person who preceded her, and the efficiency and effectiveness of this department seems to be on a great rise. I don't think she's sitting in a nuclear plant painting buttons or whatever the prior person said there. But anyway, I guess I should leave that one alone. The positions you need here, I wanted to address. Having, again, being a person who's been in business and being in business, the quality of employee you get if you're asking for a temporary employee for short term is the bottom of the barrel. Be the same thing. Do we want a supervisor, but it's just a temporary position, quit your job, and we're only going to give you 6 months worth of guarantee. So are you going to go do that, or is it just going to be someone who's unemployed, who can't find another job, or doesn't have the qualifications to fill that position? So I strongly support moving forward, making these long-term, if not permanent, and staffing is necessary in the future. And I think your decision would be best to fully fund and make the auditor controller's office functional, no matter who's sitting there. And I've been saying this for 8 years now, I think, or more. And you guys have had to listen to it. But hopefully we will be moving that direction today under your direction. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
All right. Thank you, Kent. Excuse me. I'm scanning. I do not see any other hands up. So at this time, we'll go back to the board. We have a motion and a second. We are getting close to that 11 o'clock time. You know, I'll leave it up to the board. Hopefully we're getting close to feeling like we can make a decision. If we think this is going to have a lot more conversation, then I suggest we still take the break at 11 o'clock. So I'm looking for guidance from my supervisors. Supervisor Wilson?
Need to vote.
Okay. So you're okay, and you don't need any more conversation. All right, then we'll stick with this for now because we had a lot of conversation. Is there more supervisors who would like to comment at this time? All right. Oh, Supervisor Bohn.
Well, the auditor controller controls our expenses and stuff like that. So I just want a clarification that I'm not in any sort of conflict by voting on this, considering I financially benefit. If we're going to be far-reaching, then we'll be far-reaching. I got a couple smiles. I got my point.
Yeah. I was gonna say, would you like County Council Billingsley to answer that?
No, I'm just
okay. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. All right. Well, this time we will go to Ryan for a roll call vote. Do you want to? Would you like the motion restated, Ryan?
I would, Chair Bass. I would, Chair Bass. Thank you so much.
All right, Supervisor Madrone, I believe you made the motion.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's see, I'm pulling it back up here. My motion was to accept this report from HR and to allocate a permanent duration 1.0 full-time equivalent supervising accountant. Basically, it's the wording on page 10 in the staff report with a change of limited duration being permanent. That's the only change there. So it's basically those two statements on page 10. Does that work for you, Ryan? And everybody else?
I have a question for clarification from.
I believe there was supplemental, but if we could just have it restated so it's clear, that would be
okay.
Be great. The point of clarification.
You got it.
Thank you.
And then Supervisor Wilson wanted a clarification, I believe, as well. Is that correct, Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, and before you go through this again, I just as a question for Linda Lee: is permanent the right word, or is there just? I mean, what is the term? What's the right vernacular for that?
I would recommend that your board motion would say something to the effect: allocate 1.0 FTE supervising accountant auditor and 1.0 FTE senior accountant auditor to budget unit 111 auditor controller's office. Because in essence, you're not talking about durations.
Yeah. And I don't know what
I can do that.
really will mean. Like, are they the county falls apart and the two last people standing are these positions? I don't know. You know. So.
All right, through the chair.
Yes, please.
I will reread it. So my motion is to approve the report from HR and to allocate a 1.0 full-time equivalent supervising accountant auditor and a 1.0 full-time equivalent senior accountant auditor to budget unit 111 for the auditor controller's office, and to approve a supplemental budget in the amount of $102,763 for the auditor controller budget unit 111. That's it.
And Director Lee?
Yes, thank you for the motion, and I would also recommend your board approve the job classification specs resolutions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I think
I would add that. I would add that to the motion, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you. And Supervisor Wilson, that took care of your concern?
No, yeah, that it just simplifies it, and I appreciate that. So.
All right. So at this time, I believe we will ask Ryan for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Thank you. 5-0.
All right. Thank you. Wow, you guys I'm really proud of this board. We actually get our break at 11 o'clock. Thank you, Auditor Dominguez, for joining us today. And so I say we're going to take a break for 10 minutes and we'll come back at 10 minutes after 11. All right, we'll reconvene. And I understand we have a little bit of clarification that we need made. Ryan, can you explain what you noticed was missing from the motion, and just seeing how to clarify what it is we need to go back and do? And I guess my other question would be, do I have to, county council billings liaison, is this something we have to make an official vote to reconsider, or is this something we can just do to clarify?
Yes.
What are the nature of the changes?
So I don't believe there's any changes. I just believe there was clarification needed with the motion. And so the understanding of the motion that was made on the recommendations related to the staffing of the auditor controller office, I believe that the number 4, direct county HR risk management to conduct an operational realignment study, wasn't in the last part, but I believe it was somewhat in the first part when Supervisor Madrone offered that motion. So I just want clarification that's also included in motion as well.
Perhaps Director Lee can weigh in. Was that part of a previous board motion and just repeated here?
Yes, it is.
So I don't think you need to modify anything. The board had already approved that action. I just think it was there sort of as a reminder.
Yeah, and that's the understanding of the seconder. But that's
all right. So then,
the motion maker.
All right. So Ryan,
thank you very much.
That is clear as mud.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Thank you for bringing that to us, Ryan. So next we're going to go, our last item from departments is planning and building, and it's regarding the comment letter to the California Board of Forestry regarding some amendments. So, Director Ford?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chair Bass, members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. Joining me is John Miller and also Sibel Emmett with Public Works. We want to present a request to the Board of Supervisors to allow the Chair to sign a letter to the Board of Forestry asking them to slow down their rulemaking progress and to better consult with local agencies. The Board of Forestry is in the process of modifying the state fire safe regulations. Many of the provisions of these proposed regulations are written to address the devastating wildfires experienced by the state of California over the last few years. There is no doubt that changes are needed, but the approach of the Board of Forestry to this point is such a broad brush that it would render much of Humboldt County's housing element inventory unbuildable unless exceptions to these regulations are granted. So as noted in the board report for this item, nearly 75% of the parcels in the county's certified housing element residential land inventory would be rendered unbuildable under these provisions. This would be in the communities of McKinleyville, Cutton, Willow Creek, and Redway. The discussion of how much development should be allowed in high fire areas without adequate roads and fire protection is an important discussion. But to preclude development in community areas served by fire protection districts that also have utilities indicates that the current regulations being drafted are not ready for implementation. This item in being brought forward to the Board of Supervisors was discussed in a meeting with the Board of Supervisors Fire Services Ad Hoc Subcommittee, members of the Associated Humboldt County Fire Chiefs Association, members of staff from Planning and Building, Public Works, and the County Administrative Office. And the strong conclusion was that a letter should come from the Board of Supervisors asking for the process to slow down and take into consideration the ramifications of the rulemaking process. Humboldt County is not alone in its concern about this process. In fact, this morning, RCRC is meeting to discuss how to develop a response. Other counties are considering similar responses to the Board of Forestry. The Board of Forestry is taking comments until January 19th of 2021, so timing on this is important. As mentioned, a draft letter has been provided for your consideration. It's recommended that you consider the letter, modify it as appropriate, and authorize the chair to sign the letter. We would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Director Ford. Does anyone have any questions for Director Ford at this moment? Supervisor Wilson?
Just a quick comment, and it seems like that certainly that there are impacts with relationship to this. I mean, a lot of what I saw in the staff report with relationship to what we call infill was really on the outskirts of some of our developed, areas, not necessarily, what we would traditionally call infill per se. And I do think that we are unique in that we have considered in our, housing stock assessment, the fact that we principally permitted residential development on all our timber and ag lands across the county, which is very different than most other, I think virtually every other county in the state. I just want to, we're uniquely, vulnerable to a change in how the available housing stock associated with this. And as it's no secret, I don't believe that our resource land should be principally permitted for residential development. That doesn't mean I don't think there shouldn't be residences on our resource lands. They just, in my opinion, and land use code for most places, they're ancillary to those resource uses, not preeminent over them. So, any case, I just want to in that comment, I do support this letter. I do think that we should be that process should slow down and take into account this issue. But it's not just issues related to the location of these building sites at the end of roads, but also building standards and I think that's something, again, we're unique in I think in the rest of the state in having this alternative building code standard, which also I think is probably going to be put at risk as the state moves forward in trying to tighten up these things, because they're putting, as the state, putting a lot of resources into moving, into being protective of these areas from wildfire. And in reciprocation, they're expecting us through our responsibilities to be protective as well. And so I'm glad that we're asking for this time, but just, we should be eyes wide open in terms of how we move into this. And I appreciate that. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Supervisor Madrone? Did you raise your hand? Oh, I thought I saw something. Well, then going back to that, Supervisor Wilson, since you said you support this letter, but mentioned your concerns, is that akin to a motion?
No, I do not want to be the motion maker on this, but I'll support it. I'll vote for it.
All right, I'm just checking. So, Supervisor Madrone, you had your hand up now? Either that or you're scratching your head. All right. Yeah, Supervisor Madrone.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I will move staff recommendation.
We have a second?
I will second.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, we will go out to public comment, and at this moment, we have one person who's handed up, and it is Kent. So welcome, Kent. Oh, welcome, Kent. Are you there?
I was gun jumping. I pushed *6 too soon, I guess. So, yes, this is deja vu all over again. Strongly supported what Rex said earlier regarding the dealing with the COVID issue. Strongly support local control over dealing with any of our local issues. Slow playing things are always good. We are special here. We need to have our own control. I think we do a good job. They're burning down there. We had some fires kind of up by Ruth and on the edge, but considering what we have here, we've done an exceptional job. A lot of that, in my opinion, goes, and a great shout out to a lot of the volunteer fire departments. A lot of them live in these areas. A lot of them put these fires out, whereas federal government seems to want them to burn and make money off of it. So we do need to have local jurisdiction, local input. And I don't, Thomas Mulder's not here today, and I don't want to speak for him, but kind of a little bit. I've always felt that if someone is willing to live on a 40-acre parcel out in the woods, that they should get the carrot. If they're going to be turning that into an old growth forest, doing fields reduction, making it a perfect place, that should be a carrot into that, how that should work. In fact, in your general plan update process, I had a separate category for that back in the day, which was back in 2008 or whenever it was. So I strongly support you speaking forward on this one and keeping our local control. And don't let these other people tell us what to do down south. We hate to have to secede or something, and all that talk gets old, I guess. But thank you for what you're doing here. That's the community feels that way. I feel I'm speaking for the community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Kent. I am seeing no other hands raised this time. So we will return to the board. Any final comments before we ask Ryan to take a roll call vote?
Oh, I got it.
Yes, Supervisor Wilson. No, yes.
So, and also just as a comment, as we move forward, some of those standards that are being requested in there are road standards, Director Ford. And, if there is a choice to move forward in terms of commenting on that, if we really are looking at road widenings that are going to be required, then I would ask that we make sure that accommodation is made for PED and other transportation. I mean, if we're really going to if that's really the direction we have to go to, then I think that we would ask the design standards can really strongly consider that as part of the, as well as smart roads, when we've talked about that in terms of like making sure that the conduits are a part of that and required as we move forward. Because if we're going to be having that connectivity in our communities vis-a-vis this infrastructure, we need to think out into the future with regards to that as well. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
All right. So Ryan, will you please do a roll call vote?
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Missing in action. We'll skip him, I guess.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
4-0 with 1 absent.
Oh, that's the right word, not missing in action. But all right. So thank you, John, for this. And now we're going to move on to the first public hearing of 2021. And this is going to be coming to us from our Planning and Building Department. I do want to take a moment to explain how this process is going to go, what I think it's going to go like. But first, I'd like to open the public hearing. So prior to getting staff report, oh, never mind. I just told you I wanted to tell you how this process is going to go. So once we receive a report by staff, and of course we can ask questions, we'll receive testimony by the applicant, who is also the appellant, and then we'll take public comment. And when the public comment portion closes, we'll come back to the board. We will ask staff questions and clarifications from everything that they've heard. I will give the applicant an opportunity to clarify things he's heard or add whatever final comment he would like to add before going back to the board. At that time, prior to, so when I close the public comment period, that the public hearing is still going to stay open. I don't want anyone to confuse that, because to me, I'm already confused myself. But so when we close public comment, we're still in the public hearing. It just means we can't call people or have conversations or ask people who have called in. You know, we can't engage with other folks that are not part of this group. Jefferson, is that pretty close? Can you make any corrections?
Yes, Chair, I think that's accurate. There is a public comment portion, public testimony, and then that does not mean, when that is closed, the public hearing remains open for the board to interact with staff and the applicant/appellant.
All right, thank you very much for confirming what I was trying to say. So at this time, I would like to go to our staff and Director Ford for a report or staff report.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Good morning again. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. Joining me is Stephen Luther and Cliff Johnson. We are going to be presenting the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve a conditional use permit for pre-existing cannabis cultivation. The appeal is actually coming from the applicant due to the Planning Commission having approved the project at a cultivation area less than was requested. So now I'm going to ask Mr. Luther to present the specific elements of the application and the appeal.
Great, thank you, Director Ford. Thank you, Chair Bass. I'm going to share my screen for the presentation. As Director Ford mentioned, the applicant is the appellant in this case, and the project is approved for less than was applied for. The hearing is de novo, so the board will consider all the facts anew in order to come to a decision. The appeals claim that there was a violation of due process is moot, and staff believes without merit. The project is located near Whitethorn Construction on Huckleberry Lane. The southernmost portion of the parcel borders the Mattole River. The parcel is planned residential agriculture with a density of 5 to 20 acres per unit, and it is zoned unclassified. The application is for a conditional use permit for a total of 21,800 square feet of cultivation, of which 17,000 is outdoor and 4,800 is mixed light. Staff is recommending approval for 11,400 square feet, of which 6,600 is outdoor and 4,800 mixed light. The estimated water use is approximately 12.6 gallons per square foot. Propagation, drying, and processing would occur on site. The energy source is PG&E and a solar array, and there would be approximately 2 to 4 employees. This is the applicant's most recently submitted site plan. They are proposing to construct new greenhouses. Pictured here are 5 greenhouses that would represent the full 17,000 square feet. So they are proposing light deprivation in greenhouses for 2 cultivation cycles. There are also 2 cultivation cycles in the mixed light greenhouse, pictured as the green square to the north. A condition of approval does require that the applicant submit a revised operations plan and site plan to match the project as approved. The irrigation water source is a 1 million gallon rainwater catchment pond that is off stream. The parcel also has an appropriative water right for diversion from the Madrone River. The staff report and operations plan make it clear that water from the diversion cannot be used for cannabis irrigation and is for domestic purposes only. Public comments have been received expressing concern about the size of the operation, potential impacts of fertilizers to adjacent drinking water wells, and contesting the claim of existing cultivation. The applicant and agent did make an effort to meet with the neighbors, and they did so on October 26th. Staff has also met with neighbors on the site. In general, the neighborhood does not object to the project size as approved by the Planning Commission and as staff is recommending today. And in response to concerns about algae growth and neighboring wells resulting from agricultural fertilizer use, the applicant has agreed to a condition to provide a groundwater testing and containment plan. I'll now discuss the issue of existing cultivation. And to frame the conversation, the CMM-LUO allows the permitting of the cultivation area that was in existence prior to January 1st, 2016. No expansion of the cultivation area is allowed. In addition, this parcel is in the headwaters of the Madrone River, a refuge watershed, and is therefore subject to the moratorium on new cannabis development under the CC-LUO. So they can only be permitted for what is verified as existing. A comprehensive packet of all the available evidence is included in the staff report attachments and the supplementals before the board. As part of the review to establish the baseline existing cultivation in order to issue interim permits, staff conducted this cultivation area verification in 2017. The CAV misidentified the entirety of what is an apple and quince orchard as cannabis cultivation. This resulted in the issuance of an interim permit for the full cultivation amount that was applied for. By 2019, when the project was assigned to me, both the application and the property had changed ownership. The neighbors had also seen the 2017 CAV in the course of resolving a conflict around barbed wire fencing. And they had brought the inaccuracy to the attention of staff. So based on a review of aerial imagery and available evidence, staff could not objectively verify the presence of cannabis cultivation in the orchard. The CAV done in July 2019, pictured here, found a total of 11,400 square feet and is the basis of the staff recommendation. The previous landowners who filed the application, Michael Hoffman and Karen Ruth, have attested to growing between 250 to 600 plants in the orchard. The original site plan, submitted in 2016, shown on the left, claimed 10,300 square feet based on about 250 plants with an average canopy size of 36 square feet. Follow-up written statements from the owners attest to growing 500 to 600 plants. 4 emailed statements have also been provided from people stating that they were guests on the property and observed hundreds of cannabis plants growing in the orchard. At the same time, there are letters from 4 landowners who live or have lived on that street and state that they have never observed cannabis growing in the orchard. And the dates shown here are the dates that staff had communication with the applicant's agent, specifically requesting additional evidence for existing cultivation. After meeting with staff in March 2020, the agent provided this clip from the docuseries Pot Cops, which aired in 2013. The clip shows the subject parcel and orchard, which is easily viewable from a pullout on Shelter Cove Road. So I'll just play this clip quickly. So as you can see, it did show what is the subject parcel. There is no police report or any other corroborating evidence that video resulted in verification of cannabis. Oops. Then on October 29th, the applicant's agent submitted a package of evidence summarizing their case for existing cultivation and requesting that the planning department support a revised proposal for 10,000 square feet of full sun outdoor. This is an example of a picture provided which claims to show the remnants of a cannabis stalk and irrigation piping. Staff had just been on the site and find this evidence convincing. This is another view of the parcel. This photo was taken by Greenwired Renewable Energy in 2013, looking south towards the Mattole River. It gives a good sense of the width of the rows in the orchard. The agent Elevated Solutions states that this photo does not represent cultivation that would have occurred in 2014 or 2015. This is another view from the same location taken in October 2020. You can see that is the full 17,000 square feet of outdoor cultivation now consolidated in the field with the orchard having been removed. I'll wrap it up with these images from Google Earth, which were also used in staff's analysis. This is from May 2014, looking down on the orchard. And then this is September 2015, also looking down at the orchard. So staff is recommending that the applicant be allowed to present, you receive public testimony, deny the appeal, and approve the conditional use permit as recommended. Happy to answer any questions or go back to any of these images. Thank you.
Any questions for any questions for Mr. Luther? All right, I'm not seeing any. So at this time, oh wait, okay, Supervisor Bushnell, under the wire.
I'm sorry, I was trying to find the hand. Thank you, Stephen Luther. That was a very nice report. I have a question about the picture with what looks like a bamboo stake, which was their evidence of past growing. Was that picture taken before? It looks like after the orchard was torn out.
That's correct. Yeah, that picture is from the October 2020 report. So that's when that picture was taken. After that.
And that's supposed to be proof from 2014-15 growing in that orchard?
Yes, often the type of evidence we are requesting is historic in nature. and we review what would be evidence of past cultivation, such as depressions in the ground or remnants of irrigation line or remnants of plants. That is what that evidence was purporting to show.
Can you also, do you have a time of year, or can you tell me when the orchard was torn out? Do you know that?
I believe that date was December 2017.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for staff this time? All right, seeing none, I'd like to welcome. I'm sorry, I keep hearing somebody talking. Okay, not any of you guys. All right, so at this time, I would like to ask the applicant to make their presentation. I do believe we have Paul Gallegos on here and Leslie Doyle and others from the team. So however you want to lead into this, it's your turn.
Hi, Supervisor Chair. This is Leslie Doyle. I'm here to present the case for Mattole River Farms LLC. We were retained in 2018 when the property ownership changed to represent Southern Exposure Farms and Mattole River Farms in their application and permitting process through Humboldt County. When the file was originally looked into, it was the CAV that was taken in 2017 that was available for our reference. We spoke with planning staff during that time, and with the active interim permit and the obvious pre-existing cultivation, we felt that it was a secure project to move forward with, and we advised our clients to move forward with the purchase based on the information that was provided in the file in 2018. We also would like to correct a few things with Stephen Luther's presentation. The applicant is not proposing construction of new greenhouses. We are just proposing outdoor full sun cultivation. And the images that were available with Greenwire, I had called and talked to their office, and they said it was a part of their marketing. And so we based it off of 2013 when that picture was taken, that the evidence of cultivation was not in that field. Also, the orchard was removed in the spring or early spring of 2018. Prior to the property going on the market for sale, in which it was marketed as cannabis cultivation. The picture that Stevie showed of just the bamboo stake in the field, that there is actually additional pictures that show old cannabis stalks with drip line running to them. And I would like to have your permission to share my screen so I can show a PowerPoint presentation where we've documented that pre-existing cultivation a little bit better. Oh, wait, I can't hear.
Thank you. No, yes, please do share your screen.
Okay, thank you.
I keep coughing and I'm trying to not like.
Okay. Okay, this is the presentation that our office put together for Mattole Farms, or Mattole River Farms LLC. Oh, sorry, my laptop is being super, oh, where'd it go? Okay, here we go. Full screen. So as you can see, Mattole River Farms, we did the pre-existing cultivation. It was based off of originally the CAV where the LACO contracting consulting, did a CAV for 231,082 square feet of outdoor cultivation in the orchard area and 4,727 square feet of mixed light cultivation in a greenhouse. As you can see from the aerial images and comparing this to Karen and Michael's previous plot map that they put out, these are the areas that we have found pre-existing. Leslie? And the number of holes. Yes?
I'm not seeing any, I see the sides to the left of the screen, but I'm not, is anyone else seeing her slide presentation? Okay, your slide presentation is not showing on the full screen yet.
Oh, no.
It looks like you just, need to advance it.
Sorry about that.
Okay, that
Are you
was
seeing
like,
it? You're seeing it now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so now we're back. So this would be the green wired the photo that they used for their marketing presentation that they did. This is the original site plan that was submitted by Karen, Ruth, and Michael Hoffman when they originally submitted their application in 2016. They obviously, the pre-existing consists with the areas of the orchard that are removed in the aerial photos. This is an aerial photo from Google Earth, and this is early 2018. The orchard was removed in the spring, early 2018. Karen and Michael Hoffman are on the line too, so they can give more information on that. These are the pre-existing holes that are a little bit better representation of the consistency of the holes in the orchard. As you can see, this is an old cannabis stock. There were multiple holes throughout the orchard. We counted 234 in total that were very consistent with this and had drip line running to each hole.
Leslie, I hate to say this again, and I don't know, maybe it's just my screen, but it's still on the picture that had been taken from Green Wire Solar.
Yeah, I think it's through the chair. This is Supervisor Wilson. I still only see, it looks like slide 5 right now.
Yeah, thank you. Verifying I'm not losing my mind.
Geez, what is going on?
That could be happening too. So.
Well, I think we all can attest to maybe we might be losing our minds a little bit. How about now? How about now? Can you guys see that?
It's still the same one.
Slide 5 is all I see.
Whatever we see it on our screen. We can see it on our screen, so I don't know. Maybe if I try backing out of it and coming back to it, I'll try to reopen maybe. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I can.
Can everybody see this? The pictures of the stars in the field.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Okay. So let me move my screen now. This is great. So we left off at Green Wire Solar. Can you guys see that? Okay. So this is a picture, just a Google Earth image of the removal, like post removal of the trees. This would have been in the spring prior to planting taking place. As you can see, the consistency with it, you can see the holes in the orchard. The color of the grass is differently from the areas that the trees were actually covered. And those holes are actually about anywhere from 3 to 6 feet apart, whereas the orchard holes are up to 14 feet apart. On this slide, oh gosh, I'm so sorry, I'm having technical difficulties. This slide, you can see that the pre-existing cannabis cultivation that occurred, and this was consistent throughout the field area. Again, this is an aerial image of those same holes, drip line running to them, and inconsistent with the spacing between the orchard plants and these holes. This is a better representation of, with a little bit brighter staking. This was the area closest to the road where the cultivation occurred. As you can see, the spacing in between the trees is much different. There are at least 2 holes per tree width. Just another area, aerial showing the distance and spacing with the pre-existing cultivation holes. Same view. These are showing that the row widths were about 8 feet apart, and that was consistent in between the rows of the plants. This is another area where the consistency of the holes was throughout and planted in between the orchard. This is just another aerial shot of those. This is showing the distancing between the trees up to 12 feet apart, and that was pretty consistent throughout the whole quince and apple orchard. CDFW did their cultivation verification, and they were able to verify 8,000 square feet on this parcel, which would be more consistent with the CAV that we came up with. Again, pot cops that Stevie showed you guys earlier. And that concludes our PowerPoint presentation. Sorry for the technical difficulties in that. And I just wanted to throw out a couple of additional points. The solar system that's on site is a 17K watt solar system. So it does help reduce the carbon footprint of this project. Aside from the CAV issues with this project, all in all, it's a great place for cultivation. It has everything that you need, rain catchment pond. We're not dependent on the water source of the river. And it has solar to offset the carbon on that. The other thing that we wanted to make a point of is with the water testing, the applicant would also like to propose that the Board of Supervisors amend that qualification, that the water testing would only adhere to neighboring parcels that had permitted and septic and wells. When we checked into the permitting and septic of wells with DEH, we found that all of the neighbors on the riverside, except for one neighbor directly across the street that has a cultivation project, are all lacking the appropriate permits for septic and water. And with that, I'm available for any questions that you guys may have. And
hey, Leslie, would you please stop sharing your screen so we...
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, it's all right.
I feel like I'm really having technical difficulties today.
And do you have further, Leslie, do you have further people to present on this in this category?
Some previous workers, employees that were on site prior to the change of ownership, and then also the previous owners are available to speak if you have any questions about the pre-existing, and so they're available and would like to present.
Okay. Does anyone have a question for Ms. Doyle now, or can we have the others present? Yeah. All right. So who's next from the presentation side over there?
My name is Karen Ruth. Can you hear
Welcome,
me?
Karen. Yes.
Oh, hi, my name is Karen Ruth, and I am the previous owner of this property. I don't understand why there is any question about pre-existing cultivation. Since we applied for the permit under the 1.0 zoning, we could easily have asked for more cultivation area based on 20% of the prime ag soil in the orchard. Instead of trying to expand our operation, we only asked for the pre-existing cultivation area consistent with approximately 250 plants. As you can see, if you saw on page 3 of the PowerPoint, there were 2 clearly delineated large areas that were cleared of fruit trees and planted with cannabis. Leslie pointed out that the spacing of the plants is much closer together than the spacing of the trees. Not outlined in that same image are other smaller areas within the tree rows that were planted with cannabis. You have also been shown pictures of the residual holes that the plants were cultivated in and some stems that were not removed as additional proof of the pre-existing cultivation. As you can also see, these areas were surrounded with a barrier of fruit trees so they could not be seen from Huckleberry Lane. So it is no surprise that the neighbors claim they did not see cultivation. We also had shade cloth attached to the fence to a height of 6 feet. So even if you were on our property, which our neighbor Jordan was, you could not see through the fence into the orchard. This is not the first time this neighborhood has tried to stop a legitimate agricultural endeavor. When we purchased the property in 1992, our dream was to plant and cultivate an apple and quince orchard. When applying for the original water rights and pond permit, we received an unbelievable amount of opposition from the neighborhood. There were so many allegations that a certified organic orchard in this location was an inappropriate use of the land of that area, that the area manager for the State Water Resource Control Board traveled all the way from Sacramento to Whitethorn to perform an on-site inspection. After the inspection, she found the project to be eminently appropriate and the permit was issued. Unfortunately, the neighborhood is again inappropriately and vociferously objecting to the current project. Several of these are the same people who objected to the certified organic orchard 25 years ago. Even if these vocal neighbors had noticed pre-existing cannabis cultivation, it is completely within their mindset to deny that they saw anything. How could you contest whether they did or did not? Just because there are people who are very vocal with their objections does not mean that those objections are valid. And just because they claim that they did not see pre-existing cultivation does not mean it was not there. We are one of a small number of landowners in southern Humboldt to apply for and obtain all the correct permits for our property. The application for the cannabis permit is consistent with this history, and our integrity regarding the amount of pre-existing cultivation should not be in question. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Karen. Anyone else from the team going to be part of your presentation?
Yes, Michael Hoffman also has a statement.
All right.
Hello.
Go ahead.
My name is Michael Hoffman. I'm actually the person who physically planted the 1,600 tree orchard on Huckleberry Lane. It was over a period of 5 years in the mid-1990s. In 2012, I began to plant a small number of cannabis plants in the orchard. And by 2015, I had expanded the number of cannabis plants to approximately 250. The satellite photos clearly show areas where I removed the trees to accommodate additional cannabis plants. You will notice only the center of the orchard was planted with cannabis, leaving several rows of trees as a visual barrier. If you look closely, you will see from the satellite photos the cannabis plants are planted closer together between plants and not the spacing of the orchard trees. As Leslie said, the orchard trees were 12 and 14 feet. The cannabis plants are closer to 6. Southern Humboldt never ceases to amaze me. The community seems to want to return to the 1800s. People actually boast about how little work they can do and live well. I spent only 1 year on the local school board before I had to resign. Education's not a priority in Southern Humboldt. And when I brought up the fact that some football players had less than the 2.0 GPA, which is a county requirement to participate in sports, I was told that we have to look the other way or we would not have a football team. Unfortunately, this same attitude is pervasive in Southern Humboldt. The negativity about this parcel from some people over a 25-year period cannot be explained by any motive other than it's a classic not in my backyard, or open hostility towards people who want to work hard and be successful. At some point, the Board of Supervisors has to review projects like this one on a merit basis and ignore the level of ignorance and animosity that arises continually from a small group of people who have their own agenda. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Michael. Is there anyone else from the appellant that is planning to speak in the presentation?
Hi, Virginia. I have Steve here who actually did the site visit with Stephen Luther's. He would like to speak about his experience when they did the cultivation verification.
All right, welcome, Steve.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Steve Doyle. I'm with Six Rivers Construction and Consulting, and I provide the site compliance and site development for Mattole River Farm. I have done the CAV for the project. Stephen Luther and I and Chris, the manager, we walked the project together. Stephen actually got to look and see the actual plants, walk through all of them. We had one of our laborers with us at the time while we were walking the orchard, and he counted 234 holes. And at that time, Mr. Luther concluded that he would agree with 10,000 square feet of existing that was in the orchard. He just had to go back and discuss that with Director Ford. I would like to specify what Karen and Michael said is absolutely correct. The area that these holes were in, you could not see from out on Huckleberry Lane. There is no opportunity between the apple and quince orchards, along with the gawk screen itself. You would have to be in the orchard to be able to identify any of it. And as far as aerial imagery, it's extremely hard because the way that the cannabis plants were planted that Michael did in such a spacing, it was a low canopy. And the way that the quince orchard structured, the actual limb itself would prohibit any aerial, which would be, that's one of the dilemmas with this cultivation area verification. I'd also like to say that we've probably done about a dozen of these in which we've had really good results. The hard part about this one is the fact of the limited amount of aerial imagery. So that's why we provided the in-depth staking to show the distance between the staking coincides with cannabis and does not coincide with a quince orchard. So I just want to let you know that when I came through and I did my CAV, I came up with a total of 235 holes, which based on my interpretation of all of the square footage, I came up with 15,160 square feet of outdoor. That's included with all of the others. So I would like to hold, first of all, we didn't get this opportunity to present this to the planning department. Unfortunately, we had technical difficulties, but I would like to hold Stephen Luther to the 10,000 square feet minimal. I think that that's absolutely necessary. 17,000 is what the applicant has been paying for years on taxes. But like I said, the bottom line is that anybody can tell with the way that spacing was that there was cannabis in that trees, and that is not an existing quince or apple orchard. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So am I right in assuming that's the last few speakers, Leslie?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Everybody else will comment during public comment.
Madam Chairman, Paul Gallegos.
Welcome, Paul.
Good morning, or almost afternoon. I would like the opportunity to address briefly some of Mr. Luther's comments, if I may, and what was originally provided to the council.
Okay, as part of the presentation, that's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Or thank you, Madam Chairperson. Your Honor, Mr. Luther talked about, well, first of all, what was provided from the county were 8 letters for public comment. Out of those letters, as Mr. Luther indicated, only 4 addressed, 3 of them were from the Cooks. So to us, we agree with Mr. Luther's count. There are 4 letters that specifically address the cultivation on the property. Of those 4 letters, only 1 addressed the existence of cannabis. I invite the board and Madam Chairman to look at what was attached as Exhibit A, and those are the 8 letters. The first 3 are from the Cooks. None of them address the existence of pre-existing cannabis. In fact, all 3 of those letters, in those letters, they are saying they object to the expansion of cannabis, not what is proven to actually exist. The next letter is from Miss Jordan Lauren. That also, once again, it discusses her objection to the expansion of existing cannabis. There's also discussion, of the water use and the fact that it's an LLC as opposed to a person. But there is no reference to this 17,000 square feet of cannabis that the previous owners have testified to you about as not existing. The only letter out of those 8 letters that were attached, the 4 letters that have been referenced by Mr. Luther, is the letter from Heather Charlack. And that is on page 134 of the county's original submittal. That's dated August 25th, 2020. In that she says, I'd like to simply relate that if there was any cannabis cultivation at 478 Huckleberry Lane, she gives the APN, owned currently by Southern Explosion Farms, previously owned by Karen Ruth and Michael Hoffman, it was not apparent. She doesn't say it wasn't there, just that it wasn't apparent. She then says, at the last paragraph before she signs, thanks, Heather Charlotte, I never witnessed that cannabis was grown in the lower orchard visible to the road. That is the only evidence that has been provided in this hearing or at the last one, that there was not 17,000 square feet grown on that property. I would, which I know Madam Chairwoman and the board is aware that prior to 2016, cultivation of cannabis was illegal. It is not likely that people would be growing cannabis such that it would be visible from the road. As a matter of fact, it was not likely that people would be growing cannabis such that it would be visible to their neighbors, generally. When the previous owners have come here or have stated, and they came here before you to say that they grew this cannabis, they are in effect testifying about conduct that was engaged on their property that was criminal at the time. And I submit to you that that is compelling evidence that what they are saying is honest first and accurate second. I would also say that they're not the current owners of the property. They don't have the permit and license. There's no reason for them to give a different amount of cannabis grown on the property other than the fact that it is in fact true. And therefore, it's our position that the compelling evidence is that the 17,000 square feet that have been testified to this morning and that was presented to county planning is the evidence that the board should adopt, and they should authorize the permit for the 17,000 square feet.
All right. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Gallegos.
Thank you.
So at this time, if the board's okay with it, I would like to go to public comment so we can then get back to our conversation. And at the moment, there's one hand up. And welcome, Kent.
Virginia, yeah, I probably was the person who pulled that off of consent. As far as I can tell, I was back in the country and I pulled quite a few of those off at the meeting. Happy to testify if that is true, and the record shows I was a commenter, that it was not at all difficult to participate in the meeting. I made my comment, which would have given somebody who had technical difficulties most likely 3 minutes of my yammering to go ahead and my question asking on the project to go ahead and respond. So regarding Paul Gallegos, Kent Sawowski here. Basically regarding the comment by Councilor Gallegos that they have no reason to testify incorrectly, in other words, a prior owner, I would have to dispute that. If they, in fact, represented to the buyer that they would have a certain amount of rights, then they might be at risk as far as that goes. Don't know what the circumstances, but it's quite possible that things were represented, and if they were found to be untrue and not be able to be validated by Planning Commission, there may be culpability there between those two people, and that may be where this exactly belongs, not in your chamber. The comment that Stevie Luther's testimony or assertion, he said, I need to talk to John Ford. He needed to go to an expert, and they were not to rely upon his comments, nor should we. I feel that having done more due diligence, most likely, knowing John Ford and staff, that their recommendation holds, I see no reason not to go ahead. And I think the people here, the prior owners and the owners, should feel lucky that they're getting their permit at all in that basin. Explaining something to you regarding neighborhoods, I hate to have to say it, but us old school people refer to idiots who come in. They want to change everything. They seem to stick their finger in every little pie here. A lot of us still do like what we had here without having people come in and go to extremes regarding credibility in this case by the admission that they were involved in a criminal activity, and yet they wish to us to give them credibility. And I don't know what the statute of limitations is, but possibly Paul Gallegos would know. But they just had an admission in the public forum where they were engaged in criminal activity, and yet we're supposed to give them a whole bunch of credence for their testimony. So I strongly recommend you go with staff. I feel it sounds like it'll hold up, And if Councilor Gagos wants to go ahead and litigate, I guess he would have that option. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, Kent. And we have one other hand up at the moment, and that is ending in the numbers 2836. Welcome. All right, 2836. Are you there? All right. We'll come back to that. Wait, did you find, is that, yes, sir?
Chair, I would just recommend
Coming back.
well, that once we unmute people, they actually do need to press *6 on their keypad as well. That actually allows them to talk. It's a Zoom prerequisite, and it looks like the caller.
Thank you. I made that mention before, but thank you for reminding us. So, yes. Are you?
Good day, supervisors.
Yes, please continue. Restart.
Yes, sorry about the misunderstanding. Yeah, my name is Christopher McCann, and I've been a resident for 10 years here in Humboldt County. And I am the Madrone River Farms manager and lead gardener. We practice organic gardening, accompanied with soil amendments, compost teas, and beneficial insects for pest control. Throughout the season, we implement numerous cover crops to prevent erosion and balance the nutrients within our soil. For water usage, we have a 1 million gallon catchment pond, which we use approximately 270,000 gallons per season for the existing 21,800 square feet grow. And the Madrone River's across the street from us, and since last season, we've had a beaver and lamprey, and I've witnessed some young fry salmon in the river, and seems to be rather healthy. And I'm on good terms with the neighbors, especially Joe and Lisa. We share food and stories and help one another when we can. Joe mowed the field for me, and he's going to be doing some tractor work on the road, and we're going to maintain the Huckleberry Lane also when we address the road on my property. And I enjoy being a part of this beautiful county and community. And what else? In the fall, I was with Steve, and we were walking the field with Stevie, and he agreed to the 2,000 square feet whenever I was able to show him the water line and the pre-existing holes. And I just ask you guys to address this matter with the evidence and facts, and use some logic and reason, and place your emotions aside, and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I'm going to read. I'm going to read the next numbers of. I'm going to give several phone numbers so you know who's in the queue. The first speaker will be last four of 5638. In the queue for the next time to talk is number 3178. So please go ahead, 5638. Press *6. I think you're unmuted now.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Logan. I was a seasonal employee back when the old owner had owned the property. It was 2015, 2016 that I was seasonal there. I was helping with cultivation. I would go down, water the orchard and the plants. There was quite a bit of cultivation at that point. I couldn't tell you how much, but we tried our best to make it not visible from the road. For what it's worth, there was a lot of cultivation there, so I just wanted to put my story on the line, and thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So next we'll be going to last four of 3178, and following that is GJ. Welcome, 3178.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Kelly. I'm a friend of Karen and Michael, and I just wanted to speak to the fact that, yes, the pre-existing cultivation was there in the Keen's Orchard. I observed it between the years of 2014 and 2017 when I was visiting the property. And they are very honest people. And I just wanted to speak to that as a witness. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, Kelly. And our next is DJ, followed by the numbers 2851. Welcome, DJ. Press *6. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is David. I just wanted to kind of share my experience. Like, I used to work out there, and I feel that the evidence here for cultivation is pretty substantial. If you look at the slideshow that Leslie presented, you can see clearly on number 7 that like a cannabis stalk with even the old green tape wrapped around it. If you go out there and physically, like, I understand that it's difficult to see from satellite and aerial imagery, but if you actually walk around out there, the holes are clearly holes for cannabis growth. There's old stalks, there's bamboo everywhere. There's, even if you dig in, you can find old potting soil, which none of those things, I believe, have ever been used in growing queens or apples. I just wanted to say that we got to give this thing, like, you know, we got to do this on a fair basis. If everybody's like, we got to really work to do this on the evidence that's provided, rather than just kind of like, I understand that some of the neighbors aren't too keen on the newcomers and people coming in and trying to make money, but everybody deserves a fair chance to have a chance. And if anyways, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, David. And before I call the last speaker, this is the time. If you want to comment on this item, please do so now. Press *9 to raise your hand, because I will close off public comment after this speaker if I see no other hands come up. So welcome, 2851. All right, are you press *6 to unmute yourself? There you go. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Hello. Hello, my name is Georgie. I would like to say that I was at the property from 2014 to 2016. And during that time, I worked off and on in the seasons, and I participated in the work related to the cannabis cultivation there, as well as the orchard. And I just wanted to call in support because I wanted to attest to the pre-existing cultivation those years. And I can definitely say that I understand how there's an issue with the visibility considering the size of the plants in the orchard. And I'm hoping that by calling I can help and clear up any unsubstantiated evidence regarding to any opposition about the grow. And I'm hoping that all of the pictures and the support from everybody can help attest to the pre-existing cultivation as well. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Georgie. And looks like our last speaker on this item is going to be the person who's the last 4 numbers of 0259. And *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Matt Wade. I'm a previous employee of Madrone River Farm. I just wanted to restate that there's definitely evidence of grow in the field. I personally picked up a bunch of water lines and cannabis roots. You could see that there's holes spaced pretty close together, like a cannabis plant would be. In general, the property is kind of a model property for cannabis growing. It has a big water encatchment pond. It's really clean. There's not trash or anything anywhere. Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's a call in support of the Madrone River.
All right, thank you very much for calling in. So with that, we are going to close the public comment portion of this hearing and continue with the hearing. So at this time, I did want to give the applicants an opportunity to respond to anything they've heard or to add any last items you want us to hear, and then we're going to go to staff to start before we do our conversation. So Leslie, do you guys want to add anything else?
No, thank you. I think we're good. We're here for any questions though, as they may come up as you guys are in your discussion. So we'll be on the line.
All right. So Director Ford, are you ready for, I think we'll just go back to the board, and I'd say ask whatever questions you have of staff and the applicant at this time. I know Supervisor Bushnell, you had your hand up a while ago. Did you? And then I see it down now. Did you still want to speak?
I do have quite a few questions, but I see Director Ford has his hand up, and I'd like to hear what it says.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, John.
Yeah.
I can't tell the hands up over there. All right, welcome, John.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Bass. I just did want to bring a couple things up. And one of the things that obviously is in front of the board to struggle with is, was there that amount of cultivation or not? And that is really what the board's being asked to weigh. And on the one side, the applicant obviously has presented evidence supporting that, with testimony in support of that. The neighborhood, although they are probably not as well represented here in this hearing today, has indicated they didn't see that amount of cultivation. You did get a supplemental today from Heather Sharlock, who said, and I'm reading from her letter, said recently heard a new justification regarding prior cannabis growth in the lower orchard at 478 Huckleberry Lane, including that the lack of seen cannabis among Karen and Michael's fruit trees is a testament to how well the plants were hidden, which is an attempt to establish that they were there. I just want to state again for the record that cannabis is a dark green color. It's bushy. It has an odor. The orchard at 478 was struggling with disease and rot. There was good visibility through any canopy throughout the orchard, which had small, heavily pruned trees. I maintained that it was not full of cannabis. If cannabis was grown, it was up on top, out of sight from the road. So that is the struggle here, is that the neighborhood did not think that there was cannabis. As from staff's perspective, and I want to defend the work of Mr. Luther, who I think has sought the truth here and sought for empirical evidence of what was there. And the struggle is normally, unless it's a intentional guerrilla grow or something, which growing in an orchard could be considered that. There is some evidence from aerial imagery. In this particular case, there's not. In fact, one of the things that the aerial evidence does show, and the testimony today begins to point to that, is that the orchard was declining. And the testimony today was that cannabis was grown there starting in 2014 through 2017. In order to be pre-existing cannabis, it has to have been grown before January 1st of 2016. So all the cannabis evidence from 2016 and 2017 is not pre-existing. How many of the holes, how many of the stocks that were there are from after January 1st of 2016? We don't know. We know that the holes within the canopy of the orchard in 2014 are much smaller than they were in 2016. And so if people are saying that there was a lot of cannabis grown there in 2016 and 2017 before the orchard is removed, that may well be. But that's not evidence of pre-existing cultivation. That's just not legal cultivation. Because in 2016 and 2017, in order to cultivate legally, you need to have an application on file for a pre-existing amount. I would just say that it is unfortunate that we issued the cultivation area verification based upon the orchard. And the applicant was issued an interim permit to cultivate the amount in their application. They did pay taxes on that, which is to their credit. However, that's not a detriment to them because they were able to cultivate that amount and receive the benefit of being able to produce and sell that amount. I do take responsibility for that mistaken CAV, the cultivation area verification. That was a horrible mistake. And anybody who were to look at that would see that that's an orchard, and we should not have drawn a big polygon all the way around an orchard. I think with that, I'll stop and then just answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Director Ford. Supervisor Bushnell, we'll let you start.
Thank you. So I guess the first thing I wanted to ask is from the Doyles. I wanted to ask that they are currently working for the Mattole Farms and not the previous applicants. Can I get them to confirm that or not?
Hi, Supervisor Bushnell. Yes, we are currently working for Mattole River Farms. We have worked for them since 2016 when they acquired the property. We also represent the landowner, Southern Exposure Farms. Oh, 2018 was when we started working with them.
So previous to 2018, during the time of 14 to 15, John, or Director Ford, can you confirm it, the previous grow needs to be between what years? Because this is a 1.0 application, correct?
Yeah, yes, through the chair.
Yes.
In order to be pre-existing cultivation, either under 1.0 or 2.0, the cultivation needs to be verified as being before January 1st of 2016.
So I would ask also the Doyles, were you on the property previous to 2016?
No, we were not. We were, our office was retained in 2018 to represent this project. I would also like to just make a quick point that there is lacking aerial images between 2015 and 2018 on this property. So it almost makes it impossible to see those cultivation years that fall in between those, that time span.
Thank you. So also, I guess I have more of a statement than a question for Karen and Michael, but they sold this property. I guess I want to ask, are you currently involved in this operation at all?
Hi, this is Karen. No, we are not currently involved in any way.
So you guys sold this property and a permit based on a square footage amount?
Correct.
Okay, I also just want to make one comment, if I can, to Michael, that there are tons of great people in Southern Humboldt. Yeah. So I just want to clarify that, and educated people as well. And I'm sorry that everybody's having to go through this because of basically because the county did not recognize an orchard. And I guess right now I'd like to hear from the other supervisors, and those are my I probably will have more questions.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. Any other supervisors have any comments at this time or questions? I'm not seeing any.
So I have
Supervisor Madrone. Sorry, in by the wire. Thank you. Yes, Supervisor Madrone.
Did Supervisor Bushnell want to follow up?
She had requested to hear from some board members first, so we'll try that out.
All right, glad to help. Yeah, these are always a little bit tricky, right? It was a bad mistake to identify the orchard as cannabis in the first place. But as Director Ford mentioned, while that caused them to pay taxes, they also had the ability during the last 4 years, 2016-17, 17-18, 18-19, and 19-20, grow there and pay taxes on that growing area. So that was a benefit. They paid taxes on an area that they grew in. But as was also stated, that doesn't provide evidence of pre-existing before January 1st of 2016. And that's really the issue that's in front of us here today. I can see that there's certainly plenty of evidence that there were holes in the ground, but nobody has provided me with any concrete evidence that there were actually plants there in the orchard. And, you know, I find it hard to imagine that there isn't some pictures, you know, of the orchard and the plants in the orchard. I mean, 4 years of growing, well, actually, it would have been back in 14, 15, before 16. But, you know, people take pictures of their gardens all the time and stuff. And I find it hard to believe that there is no pictures of those plants. Because if we had pictures of the plants, not aerial photos that are not clear evidence, but actual pictures on the ground looking through the orchard, and here's the cannabis plants, that would certainly make my job a lot easier to hear the testimony of folks that say, yes, there was plants there. It's not that I'm not believing that, but frankly, the only evidence I've received here today is that there were holes in the ground. There's no other concrete evidence that there were actually plants there before January 1st, 2016. And a comment was made that maybe this issue belongs more in the real estate realm of fair disclosure laws and things like that, because it was mentioned that there's no reason for the previous owners to be here today making these statements they've made because they don't own the property. And as was just stated, they're not involved in the operation whatsoever. But another commenter pointed out that, well, if there wasn't a fair disclosure and now the new owners are sitting with a parcel that they paid too much for, I think it was $1.7 million for this property. I mean, just an exorbitant price was paid for this, because at the time when this was happening in 16, there was this huge influx of money coming into Humboldt to buy up properties like this, where there was pre-existing, where they thought they could perfect permits and the rest of it. So I'm sorry, but it seems to me that there's very much a logical reason for people to be making statements about pre-existing, because that was what increased the value of this property up to $1.7 million in the sale price. So there is very much a connection that could be made between those things. But again, you know, if the current owners feel like things weren't represented to them fairly or properly, then there's recourse in fair disclosure laws within the real estate laws of California. And I think that's probably where this belongs. I frankly also am a little disturbed that we removed 1,600 fruit trees, food producing trees, although I hear they were diseased and stuff. And I know with some Fuji of my own, it's definitely, you know, something in orchards you have to deal with. But 1,600 fruit trees removed in order to grow cannabis. It's like, wow, that's kind of a perverse disincentive or an incentive in the wrong direction as far as I'm concerned. But again, that has nothing to do with the laws on cannabis. You have the right to remove fruit trees if you want. But, you know, the big thing for me is I don't see any evidence. Nobody's provided me with any evidence that is concrete that shows that there were actually plants growing in the garden. So that's kind of where I'm struggling right now with this whole project. So I'll listen to the rest of the comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bushnell, your hand is up. We can't hear you though.
Thank you. Director Ford, would there be allowed 17,000 square feet of canopy under a 2.0 application had it been so?
No. This is in a protected watershed, and so it's not possible to get new cultivation approved at this location.
Thank you.
I have a question for Director Ford, and then we'll go to Supervisor Madrone. So I could be off base here, but even if there was, that we saw something we did believe was evidence that it was really there, do we not still have the discretion to have, to only allow even a smaller amount? I mean, do we have, is it our responsibility and to actually go with the full what we've seen, or don't we have an opportunity to actually kind of tailor it to what we think is right for the situation?
the discretion that the board controls is complete here. You can choose staff's recommendation, you can choose the applicant's request, you can choose something in between.
Okay, so there's no requirement, even if we did see evidence of those plants, is kind of what I was saying. Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just also had a clarifying question. There was a lot of comments made in the staff report and by the appellants about the unfair hearing they perceived to have occurred at the Planning Commission, where they never made their comments or presentation. They argue that they were trying to, but there were some difficulties with the technology, and or the chair closed the opportunity so quickly that they weren't able to turn on their mute buttons and do all these things. And we all know that's certainly been an issue for public participation. But that being said, this is a de novo hearing here today. Is that correct, Director Ford?
That is correct.
That this is de novo, which means it's brand new. And frankly, I think we've clearly provided ample opportunity for the appellants, the applicants, to present their case here today. So I believe that point is moot because this is a brand new hearing and they've gotten that opportunity. And I'm prepared to make a motion, but I want to see if the board has any other thoughts they want to bring forward.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I have one more clarifying question. With the statements from the public where they had said they had seen cannabis, but nobody really said an amount. Director Ford, what would be for them to be the 17,000 square feet? Can you just clarify what would have had to have been in the orchard? I know we heard from Karen and Michael, but could you clarify that?
Sure. So if we were to say, assume that there was 17,000 square feet and there we were to give 36 square feet per plant, that would require about 472 plants.
And that 472 plants throughout that orchard?
Correct.
With an 8-foot, okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions from the board? Supervisor Wilson, did you? No. Yes.
Does the board have the discretion, through the chair to John Ford, does the board have the discretion to find an amount somewhere between 400 plants and 0 plants in terms of what they believe was cultivated within that orchard post, or I guess post 2016 or 15? I guess it would be post 2015, correct?
Through the chair, it would be pre-2016.
Oh, pre-2000, excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah, and yes, the board does have the ability to say if the board were to find that there's compelling evidence for there to have been 234 plants there, that would be, I believe, about 8,300 square feet. My math is right, which would be slightly above the 6,600 that's currently being recommended. But yes, you have that discretion.
Okay, thank you.
And I see Cliff has his hand up, and I did see our county counsel come on. So usually when he pops up, I want to make sure that he doesn't have anything to say first. We can't hear you, Jefferson. Okay. How about if I go over to Cliff first, then we'll come back to you? We have an audio difficulties. So Cliff, you want to go ahead and then we'll go back to county counsel.
Sure. Thank you, Chairperson Betts. Just wanted to clarify the struggle that the staff was having, and I think the board may also struggle with, is that there is evidence of cultivation that occurred pre-2016 up away from the road. So we have a greenhouse, we have some outdoor plants there. And what we have been struggling with, and this is something we struggle routinely with cultivation areas where people are suggesting there was guerrilla grows, is were they occurring at the same time that they were growing out in the open? And so if the board is to consider any amount of credit for what might have been occurring in the orchard area, I think you also should be considering what credit you would want to assign for what was grown out in the open and whether that was occurring at the same time.
All right, thank you. County Council Billingsley? We're not hearing you, and even though it says you're not on mute, so. Nope, still not hearing you. Maybe you might want to drop off and come back in the Zoom. Okay, then we'll definitely come back to you because obviously want to hear what you say. Supervisor Bohn?
Well, I think I'm going back to what Supervisor Wilson just said. It sounds like there's no clear definition here whatsoever. So there's an applicant in there that we've approved for 11,400. They're asking for 17,000. So it looked like 400, they need 470 plants to get that. They have 235. Can we meet them in the middle? Take the 5,600 feet and add 2,800. Add 2,800 feet to the 11,400 and meet them in the middle. Is that setting a precedent? I mean, because I still see, I heard testimony, I heard, the pictures, and I mean, I think, and I've heard growers say the last thing you want to do is take pictures, back in the old days, is take pictures of your plants because those can be used against you in court. So you don't take a picture of yourself robbing a bank when it's illegal and things like that. So, so I think that's why you probably don't see videos and photos of their grows published beforehand or held on. So is that a feasible, is that something that can be done, Director Ford, or do we just, was that the answer you gave Supervisor Wilson? I didn't quite understand.
Well, there's
John, before you answer, I do know County Council Billingsley's back on with his hand up. We can hear from him first, just so we make sure what he's concerned about.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair. Just to be clear, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. What a day. I just want, and I'm sure you'll hear this from Director Ford, what we essentially have here is basically like a credibility determination as to what the board believes was there or not. And I'm sure Director Ford will reiterate this, but whatever your board wants to do should be tied to what you heard today and what you think that links to as far as the square footage. And then that's all I wanted to say, and I'll turn it over to Director Ford.
All right, thank you. And Director Ford?
Thank you. I could not have said that better myself. Any action that the board takes should be based upon what factual evidence is before it. There are two, and this is getting back to something that Mr. Johnson said, there's really two different sets of facts here. One is that there seems to have been cultivation out in the orchard, but we can't pin that down in any volume to prior to 2016. We know that there was cultivation up on top prior to 2016. 2015, we do have a strong image of the cultivation up on top. That's what we're using for the cultivation area verification. That's what we're presenting to you as evidence for that. That same image does not show the cultivation down in the field. So while meeting halfway, having a compromise is normally a good thing, to take an action that's a compromise without there being evidence to support that is not necessarily a good thing, because it could be construed as giving something away.
Supervisor Bohn?
Okay, and you said what evidence was giving. So the verbal testimony and that is not evident. I truly believe, and I don't know what the statutes of the real estate law is, but it sounds like the people are defending what they did, the former property owners who may have a relationship with the new property owners, whatever the case may be. I don't think our decision should be made on how much somebody spent for a piece of property. I think it's just on the basis of the information given to us. are, I literally thought they were marijuana plants that I have nothing to do with, by the way. When I looked at the quince orchard myself, I mean, and then realized that it was quince and apples. But so I know it seems like we're giving something away, but so if we don't give them anything, that will discount the people that talked beforehand and the previous property owners that they are not telling them. Is there any, do we give that any credence, or do we just take the one picture and I don't know what would have been in the holes, so evenly spaced, but I mean, and we don't know the dates that the holes were made. I understand. I'm just trying to hit a compromise without giving the farm away or opening the floodgates, because it sounds like there was enough 4 years of taxes being paid in some pretty bad years, as I heard current supervisors say that everybody was going to go belly up. So with that being said, they paid taxes even in bad years to take advantage of good years. So I trying to figure out if there's a compromise without giving thing away and giving credibility to the people that did speak today, because some of them seemed credible and otherwise we're saying they lied. I mean, there's no other way to do it. So I kind of hope that people come to this board and always tell the truth, but all of us. So
I'm going to ask one question, then I'll go to Supervisor Bushnell. Or not a question, but along Rex's lines. I see where he's trying to go on this, and we don't want to do something that isn't tied to what we know today. But is there a way that we bear some responsibility for the mistaken information? And perhaps would that be a way to be able to do something like Supervisor Bohn is saying, but with something that protects us from this coming back from other people doing the same thing? And if not, that's fine. I just was curious. So
if that's a question for me, I think that the problem with the cultivation area verification that we gave too much area. Obviously, it sounds like the applicant's agent looked at that and used that as justification to support the purchase of the property. I have to, well, that's the testimony. I can't question it. That's the testimony. In terms of whether or not we are at any risk of doing, suffering any liability, we're always at risk of liability. I'm sure Mr. Billingsley will share that with you if you were to ask him. The real question here is what's the factual evidence that we're actually approving this permit? The interim permit was simply something that we granted based upon what was previously going on. Here, go and continue to do what you were doing. And we gave them too much credit for that. But that was not the actual permit. What's being granted here is the actual permit. And it's interesting that California Department of Fish and Wildlife came up with something that's slightly higher than what staff recommended to the Planning Commission and the Planning Commission approved. I don't know what their numbers were based upon, but they came up with 8,000 square feet. The board can always, and I would just ask that if you were interested in giving some credit for the cultivation that was in the orchard at the same time that there was cultivation up on top, that we add to the findings to substantiate that you're, giving credit to maybe a start that was very small in the orchard, and then over time it probably grew much larger and or something like that. But there's really no factual evidence of that. I'm not calling anybody here who said anything not telling the truth. It really is, as Supervisor Bohn said, a matter of timing. And we cannot pinpoint when the timing of the cultivation happened. I'm sorry to go on so long.
Thank you, Director Ford. Supervisor Bushnell?
through the chair to Director Ford, I have a question about the original applicant. Did the county give them the 17,000 square feet based on the pictures of the orchard? And did they know that the orchard in a whole was being measured when they were going through this process? Or did they request the 17,000 square feet based on previous growing?
I don't know, through the chair, sorry for jumping in.
No, please do.
I don't know the specifics of how that happened, but my educated, anticipated scenario is that we did the cultivation area verification, saw that what they were asking for was the 17,000 square feet, and we gave them the interim permit for that.
Thank you. Okay. Well, any other questions, or is there a potential motion someone would like to make? We can still keep talking if it's made.
I'll make a motion that we accept staff's recommendation with a 2,800 square foot add-on to the staff's recommendation.
Is there a second? No seconds?
I'm going to second that.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, we've just been advised that that has to be substantiated with some language. So until there's, well, actually, I'm not even sure what the substantive language would be with relationship to that, but I'm not in support and in this current context, and I do advise that if the board moves forward with that, that someone make a statement because that's what we're supposed to do. And so
since I seconded it, could I make a statement?
Yes, please, Supervisor Bushnell.
I'm going to say that we had 5 or 6 public comments attesting to cannabis grow in the orchard and the applicant. I don't think that we can, it's, like Director Ford or Supervisor Bohn said, I guess that there is some question of when it occurred, but they, I'm not going to say they're lying. And that's what it comes to. And I think, I don't know, that's why I seconded, because it's not unreasonable to think that there may have been a small amount of growing in that orchard based on pictures and the stock that we saw and some water line. I'm just trying to make a compromise based on pictures and what we did see.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nobody's calling anybody a liar here. Let's just be really clear about that. What I am saying, I want to be clear about my comments. I'm saying that while I've heard these attestations by individuals, that isn't evidence. And, this particular issue of providing proof of pre-existing has been hounding this cannabis application process from day one. It has been the trickiest part of implementing this entire program, I would say. And I've been to many planning commission hearings and watched this issue come up over and over and over again. So as a board, we have to ask ourselves, what sort of a message do we want to send in terms of working with our staff to try and reduce the confusion and the unclarity around this pre-existing documentation issue? For myself, I really want to support staff being able to do their job of really trying to identify what was actually happening with hard evidence. Because if we're not doing that, if what we're saying is that all it takes is throw out a little bit of poly pipe and a couple stakes in the ground and have some holes out there, and then some people come forward and testify to what existed before, then we're in a really wild, chaotic place where that's all it takes for people to somehow prove pre-existing. more often than not, it really does require some direct evidence of the cultivation, photos, other hard evidence, not just statements and comments from people that may very well be telling the truth. But the reason that it's not accepted from my perspective as hard evidence is because, folks have interests in this in terms of it being approved, move forward, et cetera. And so, when you have those kinds of conflicts, which we've talked about a bit today, people will do all kinds of things. So I'm not calling anybody a liar. I'm just saying that nobody has provided any clear evidence of this. And I want to support staff in sending the message that cannabis applicants really need to be coming forward with true hard evidence, not just statements from people that used to work there or some theories of how it probably existed under the orchard or whatever. That's not hard evidence. And so that's what I'm struggling with here is that, I recognize that there was this mistake made. They got to grow a much bigger area. They paid taxes on that, but they got to grow and got the benefit from that. What we're doing here today is trying to figure out if there is evidence that there was pre-existing grow in that orchard. And I have heard none presented that makes it hard data, hard facts. So I'm just really struggling with that. And I'm not really ready to support this motion as it's stated. In addition, we have to deal with the fact that there's an appeal here as well as a conditional use permit. So we've got to really craft a motion that actually covers both those details in order to be responsive here. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Wilson and then Bushnell.
Thank you. I agree with Supervisor Madrone to a certain degree. What I really have in front of me is hearsay evidence, which again is not substantive from my perspective. And again, it's not to say that it is or isn't true. It's just not to the level that I think we should be requiring for this type of permitting, and especially in potentially impacted watersheds. And so from that perspective, I support the Planning Commission's determination in this, and will not be supporting the motion as it currently is.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Supervisor Bushnell, did you have your hand up again? No. All right, so Ryan, can you read the motion that's on the floor? Just to help clarify.
Yes, Chair. So my understanding of the motion is to accept staff recommendation with the addition of 2,800 square foot add-on.
So John, I'm going to ask a process question. Yes, Director Ford, and then Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that was outdoor cultivation, and then that would also include a modification to the resolution to identify that there had been testimony by 5 or 6 members of the public who had worked on the site and had actually cultivated cannabis within the orchard as evidence for the pre-existing cultivation. The additional amount in addition to the 2015 CAV that was done.
All right, so my question would be if it gets voted down to make, so it'd be denial, what happens? I mean, what does the next vote look like? I mean, if it did get turned down, we are still open to have the continued conversation, or is there I just don't want to get into any funky, strange process without knowing first.
So, and I probably should defer to Council Billingsley on this, but a vote against the motion would not be an action. That would just mean that motion failed.
Okay.
And so then what you would need to do is continue to deliberate until you would come up with a positive motion that could pass.
Yeah, I'm having shades of previous experiences. Yes, County Council Billingsley.
Thank you, Chair. And this is also to Director Ford. I I think potentially another way forward is, I know this has happened in the past, but essentially we're arriving at an additional number, and then we are looking for justifications for that. Could this also not be, if it appears that the board is not willing to accept the appeal, is there a chance for this to be continued to come to some kind of mutual agreement with the applicant for some additional area that everyone could agree to?
It could always be continued to pursue additional information and justification, yes.
All right, Supervisor Bushnell, and then Bohn.
Hi, I would like to ask Council Billingsley a clarifying question, I guess. Oftentimes in a court of law, hearsay evidence is admitted in, correct or not?
Supervisor Bushnell, in this case, I mean, evidence is evidence. It's really sort of, where does the board think the weight of evidence is? Who do you think is credible? I mean, I too don't want to be in a position of saying people are not being truthful, but it really is up to your board to kind of make these determinations. You're sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity, and that's what you're doing. You're judging the evidence.
Yeah, thank you.
Supervisor Bohn?
Along the same lines I was asking, hearsay is something you heard somebody else say. The people that talked today, which I don't know a single one of them, don't know the project, never been to it, anything. But the way I understand hearsay would be somebody saying, hey, I had a friend who worked on there in 2014. What we had were people that were actuals that actually were participants and actually worked on the grow. So would they be considered hearsay even though they were actually on scene? I just point of clarification, I'm not sure.
Through the chair, we had direct testimony from former workers and from the former landowners about the cultivation. And then we have testimony on the other side as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that is not hearsay when you're testifying as to something you directly saw.
All right, thank you.
Through the chair, if I may,
Yes.
seems to be, I may have misused the word hearsay, so I just want to be clear about that. And if that's causing some confusion, then we do that sometimes, and so I'm gonna cop to a misuse of the term hearsay in this case, but it is nonetheless verbal in its nature, and I still am. The weight of that is not something that I feel is substantive enough to make a determination to the level that has been put forward by the applicant or requested by the applicant.
Great. Supervisor Bushnell?
No.
Through the chairs, I know we're using this hand up on the option thing, but
I'm trying to watch too. It's like,
yeah,
you guys are spread all over.
What we should do is probably, in other meetings I've been at, the person running the meeting drops the hand and after they talk, but in this case, maybe we should be accountable to ourselves, and we're getting used to that.
If I had that ability, I'd drop the hand, but I don't think I'm not the person enough.
I don't know how to use the hand, so.
Yeah, okay. All right, so I saw those, Supervisor Wilson. You waved your hands. So we have yes, Director Ford.
No.
Okay, don't move now. I'm going to take every motion. All right, so there's a motion that stands, and I guess what I'd say for my concern with it is I would like to find a way to do it, Supervisor Bohn suggested. I'm not as comfortable because I wouldn't call it hearsay. I think it's perception. I think it's somebody's experience, but it's hard for me to see that in a quantifiable manner that I can point to and say, that's why I'm willing to do something different. That's why I was trying to find something else that, was more substantive, that staff could really, that we'd have a better reason to say yes, other than just, it makes sense to meet in between. Supervisor Bohn.
Okay, the 2,800 square feet is actually about approximately 25% of what the applicant is being approved for. So are you thinking 12.5% would be palatable, or 12.5% would allow it to be, down to 1,400, and then the people would be more believable? Because when it comes down to, for us to even go any farther on over staff's recommendation, and this in no way a reflection on staff, because I think we fully support staff, and to put that, we fully support staff. I'm up there a lot, and I think they do a great job, and yeoman's work, and we've given them as much help as we can to do that great job. But what I'm saying is that's a 25% increase, basically half of what they're asking for. Is there a number that's more palatable, or do we just, I'm going to support the 2,800, and as proven many times, I don't mind being on the wrong end of a 4-1 vote, but I'm good with that. I tend to trust people a little bit more if they're going to go to this much and come out here. And the previous property owners, I mean, it's an easy out to say, get a lawyer and everything else. And that's what gets us into all our troubles, getting a lawyer. This might be a compromise where nobody has to get a lawyer. And that's what I'm looking for. I don't know how many of these pre-existings are out there, John. 1,000, 1,200 permits. So, and they're all pre-existings. And do you see all of these having the same issue?
They don't all have the same issue. Many times it's more clear, sometimes it's less clear. This is a little bit unique in the case that we have testimony on both sides, speaking to the pre-existing and speaking against the pre-existing. That's probably the most unique part of this.
Do you anticipate that we're going to see a lot of people coming in that we have been collecting taxes from, approved, and then we're going to find out that they don't have this much, and we're going to have to be scaling them back? Is that going to be a common thing, or is this an anomaly before we flood our markets?
It's not singular, and unfortunately, we have done this one other time within the last month, and so I don't want to say it's going to be an isolated case, but it's clearly not the norm.
Supervisor Wilson?
Through the chair, I mean, I want to state that, that's part of why we have interim permits, is to flush out some of these issues. And sometimes people are going to come out less than the interim permit. That's why they're interim, is to adjust for new information and more accurate information. With that, I still feel like even within that 7,000 square feet or whatever that number, I can't imagine that there was anything more than 10% of actual ground coverage that could be hidden in that space in the way that it was from the evidence that I saw there. So I'm not comfortable with the 25% of the coverage currently. So there you go.
All right, Supervisor Bohn, and then we'll vote most likely.
Are we comfortable with anything?
All right, is that you want a question? Is that a question of Mr. Wilson, Supervisor Wilson, Mr. Supervisor Bohn?
What would the number of 10% be to the director?
560.
Director Bohn. How about Director Ford?
Just give it a number.
So 10% of the existing identified allowable outdoor would be 660.
And what modification would that make in the overall permit?
It would take it basically to a total of 12,200 square feet, with about 7,200 square feet of outdoor and 4,800 square feet of mixed light.
Is the only change in the outdoor is that the only change that would occur? I mean,
yes, we're not. The mixed light is within a greenhouse. The greenhouse is stable, so really a question of whether or not there was outdoor that was being cultivated in the orchard at the same time there was outdoor being cultivated around the greenhouse and in the area where the garden is below the solar arrays.
Right. And again, you know, the sizing of those things in terms of the ability to, even if it's true that those spaces were in there and from the photographs that I've seen there, you know, you wouldn't get full size plantings as you would in the current context. I just don't see the scale as being what is represented. So 10% would be something I think would be a reasonable modification. I would be happy to, or not, I mean, I would be amenable to that modification based on the evidence that I see before me. To the director.
If I could, I want to correct something I said. I see now that Supervisor Bohn was identified 25% of the total area. So a 25 or a 10% increase would be 1,100 square foot increase, which would take the outdoor from 6,600 to 7,700.
And that would be the sum total of what was recommended from the Planning Commission to what we would come out from this space if that was what we did.
So what that would do is it would take the action here from 6,600 square feet of outdoor, 4,800 square feet of mixed light, for a total of 11,400 square feet of total cultivation area, to 7,700 square feet of outdoor, 4,800 square feet of mixed light, which would result in 12,500 square feet of total cultivation area.
All right.
For me, that's a reasonable adaptation to what is, you know, what I think is possible in that space.
Well, we're going to go to Supervisor Madrone, and then we'll see if there's willingness to make that adjustment. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple questions for Director Ford. I'm still a little bit confused about the CAV process and the applicant process. So the first CAV was done in November 2017, I believe it was. Is that correct?
Yep.
And so November 2017, when was the application submitted for this project, the original application?
December of 2016.
So December of 2016, there was an application. And in that application process, doesn't the applicant circle the areas that had pre-existing in their application? Don't they identify those areas in their application?
Yep.
And so in that original application, was the orchard in any way circled as pre-existing?
They identified, as I recall, that there were 234 plants, between 234 and 600 plants out there.
So the applicants, in fact, did identify areas of the orchard to be under cultivation, as well as the greenhouse and the upslope area around the greenhouse with the outdoor cultivation. Those were the areas that the applicant identified as pre-existing.
Yes.
And so then after the application comes in, at some point you do a CAV from the office using aerial photography, and then follow that up with field reviews. But in this case, the field reviews clearly didn't happen for 3 years, until 2019 or something, or 2 years anyway. And so we were collecting taxes, and growing was allowed up to the 21,000 square feet that the applicant was asking for during that 17, 18, 19 growing period. Well, that helps me understand. I was trying to understand the timeline of applications versus CAVs and things like that.
If I could, I think there's an important piece of factual evidence relative to why the CAV was done that is germane to this consideration. The CAV came about as a process because we modified the CMMLUO 1.0 to allow the issuance of the interim permits. During that discussion, there was great consternation about whether or not what people were asking for was valid or not. And a lot of that concern came directly out of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. The compromise to that was that we would do a cab. Before this, we were not doing cabs yet. We had not gotten there. So the agreement is that we would verify the cultivation area for every project that was going to be issued an interim permit. And the interim permits were important because without those going into 2018, they couldn't have gotten a state license. So it was critical to prepare our cultivators to be able to get that state license. So we did 1,500 calves in a 2-week period. Those original calves were pretty rough, in all honesty. We've learned an awful lot in the last 4 years. And so I just want to make sure you're aware of the circumstances under which that was done. I mean, that was spinning through stuff as fast as we could get it done. And so, yeah, a gross mistake was there. But when you look at the circumstances under which that was being done, it helps to understand why that could happen.
Well, I appreciate that, Director Ford. I remember those hearings at the Planning Commission with DFW speaking. And as I said earlier, this has been a big issue from the beginning. You know, how do we identify the pre-existing? And, you know, as you just stated in the application, the original application by the original applicant, they were only asking for 21,000 square feet of pre-existing. And yet in the CAV process, so in their application, they said, well, we're doing some growing in the orchard, but they certainly weren't saying that the entire 230,000 square feet of the orchard, or it's about 200,000 plus square feet of the orchard area, was all under cultivation. So it just is, I appreciate what you just said, that staff were working really hard, 1,500 in 2 weeks, that's a massive workload. But in this case, you know, you had an applicant saying 21,000 square feet, and then we had a CAV done showing the whole 230,000 acre or square foot orchard as pre-existing. I mean, that was just an extremely inflated thing where it would seem to me that even if you're looking at aerial photos, one would say, okay, the orchard might be a big grow. That would be 200 and some plus 200,000 square feet plus, but they're only asking for 21,000. So why in the world would we just go ahead and issue, you know, a CAB for 231,000 square feet, the one that was issued in 17. But I think you explained that. You explained that staff were working furiously to accomplish a great task in a short period of time. So I understand that, and I'm not here in any way to blame anybody or put any onus on anybody. But because of that, as Supervisor Bohn said earlier today, he wants to work together. I appreciated that comment. And I also want to work together, and I've listened carefully to all the comments, and I am okay with the compromise of the extra 1,100 square feet. I would go along with that if that's the way the motion were to be crafted. That's a small amount. It's not what's being asked for, but it does provide some consideration for what happened here. So I'll just share that as an interest in working together.
All right.
Sorry.
Supervisor Bohn?
I had something caught in my throat.
All right. Supervisor Ford, demoted you.
I'm going to amend the motion.
Okay.
That we, and county council's going to have to do this. I'll amend the motion that we take staff's recommendation and go to 1,250 square feet. Mainly because we're gonna have to build greenhouses. Let's be gentle to them. 1,250 square feet.
Outdoor, Supervisor?
Outdoor. You don't have to worry about the greenhouses. You're right.
All right. Is that okay with the seconder? Okay.
Yes.
Anyone have any questions on it? Yes, Ryan. Oh, wait. Sorry, Ryan, you're being, we're going to go to that county council first.
And I'll probably loop Director Ford back in, but I'm almost positive he's going to want a continuance so he can come back with findings that support that additional area.
Agreed.
For the board to adopt.
Agreed.
And
Somebody, there's a voice, someone's talking, they're not muted. So, so this means we'd be bringing it back. Is that correct?
So if I could offer you maybe an option, it would be to state an intent to approve and continue it to a date certain, which we would recommend be January 26th, at which time we would bring the revised resolution and conditions back on the consent calendar.
Thank you. Agreed by the first.
Okay. All right. And is that all right for you, Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that up, Jefferson, and thank you, John. So any other questions before we ask Ryan to do the roll call vote? All right. I'm not seeing any. So Ryan,
I just wanted to, through the chair, I just wanted to be clear. I'm sorry, through the chair.
Yes.
I wanted to just, again, what was it that we're adding, Supervisor Bohn? How many square feet?
You can read it, Ryan.
I think it's 1250. Hey, Ryan, would you read what your understanding of it was?
Sure, Chair. My understanding of it, what Supervisor Bohn amended it to was 1,250 square feet, and that is add-on for outdoor only. The motion has changed though, because if we're amending this and continuing it, so the motion would be to continue this item to the meeting of January 26, 2021.
All right. Thank you. So I'm not seeing anyone waving their arms. So roll call vote, please, Ryan.
And Director Ford, that's what you had as well, 1,250 square feet additional for outdoor?
That is what I heard, yes.
So the motion on the floor again is to continue this item to the meeting of January 26, 2021.
And bringing it back on the consent calendar.
Yeah, actually, I know this is a nuance, but so that it can be brought back on the consent, it's really a motion of intent to approve on the consent on the meeting of January 26, 2021. The board really intends to approve it. The board just wants to see the final, take action on the final language. Not.
Sure. So I have. So I continue this item to the meeting of January 26, 2021 with an intent to approve on the consent calendar.
All right. Thank you.
Chair, I'm ready.
All right. Sure. Thank you, Ryan. Please do.
You're welcome. Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
All right. So this item will be continued to the January 26th meeting. Is that the correct, Jefferson, is that correct? Just make sure I'm closing it correctly. All right. We're continuing till the 26th. All right. So at this time, we have, yes, sir.
Did we close the public hearing?
Well, no, I continued it because I thought we were continuing. That's why I was asking you. Should I still close it as well? Okay, well then I'll close the public hearing with the understanding that we're continuing the conversation. How's that? Help me out, Jefferson.
I believe Director Ford has, I'm not sure the nuance here if we're continuing it to a consent item.
If it's, okay. Yeah, if through the chair, if it's acceptable, this is being continued simply to review the language to ensure that it's consistent with the board's direction here. This is not a continuation to consider new information, so the public hearing does not need to remain open.
All right, that's the clarification I was looking for. Okay, well then with that, we will close the public hearing. And so thank you for all everyone that was on this and went through this conversation with us. It's crazy by Zoom. So at this time we have several closed session items, but I also wanted to provide an opportunity for lunch We have time set at multiple at 2 o'clock. And then we have some additional others. And I guess what I would ask, Jefferson, is there one you think we could pick off before, I don't know.
Sure, it may make sense to just come back, go in closed session on all 5.
Okay, that's fine with me. I just wanted to make sure. And so when we come back at 2 o'clock, we will read all 5 of the closed session items?
Yes,
that you will announce? Okay. Well, then that works. So then at this point in time, I'd say we all just check back in on this Zoom at 2 o'clock. Welcome back. And we are going to be going into closed session. And Jefferson, would you please enlighten us on all the items we're going to talk about?
Thank you, Chair. It's the intention of the Board of Supervisors to meet in closed session on 5 items. The first is to meet in closed session to discuss threatened litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2 and E2 related to overtime pay and the impact of Flores versus City of San Gabriel. The second is a conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54957.6 to meet in closed session to review the county's position and instruct its designated negotiators, Kelly Barnes, Alicia Hayes, and Jack Hughes, for the employee organizations that are listed in item K2. There are 2 items pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1 to discuss existing litigation. The first is the case of All Points Outdoor versus Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, case number CV 2001-369. The second is State of California versus Humboldt County Department of Health and Human Services et al., case number CV 180-143. And last is pursuant to Government Code 54957 to consider a public employee performance evaluation for the position of Human Resources Director.
All right, thank you, County Council Billingsley. We have one public commenter, and welcome, Kent.
I'm unmuted, so you guys have a lot of closed session items here. You kind of surprised me and jumped back in here, and I wasn't quite ready. But anyway, I'll go from memory. You have an all points sign litigation, I think is what it was, and you had 2 or 3 disputes out there, so I don't really know which one it was. It should be nice. Was that the Elk River one, or is this something that's outstanding from a long time ago? Of course, we also have the Flores versus City of San Gabriel, which I think has a major thing on us. There's a tolling extension on there, allegedly, to allow that to go on further until I guess things shake out. You're negotiating with our employees. We seem to have done good on our sales tax, Measure Z and stuff like that. Sounds like some of those things in, but I really would want to be conservative. I hope your employees will not be demanding. I hope they will be reasonable, considering that a lot of people don't have any jobs, and I don't think a lot of your people have missed a paycheck, unlike the public out there that's kind of relying upon subsistence from the government in many ways. Your Human Resources Director, I was pleased with the interaction and how that worked today. It is of concern out there that we have a study that was done, I think, 2018 that still isn't reflecting, and I don't want to see you guys spending $240,000 because that study isn't done. And Humboldt Health and Human Services et al., I'm assuming that's the one that the tribes still have issues. Really wish that Connie Beck's department would be responsive to the needs of the tribes, and there were some major articles if that's the one. So we never know for sure, do we? But that's my input as far as from the public on your closed session. Sounds like you probably got an hour and a half. Maybe you can give us an estimate on your report out time so that I can hear if you took any actions for a change. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Kent. Jefferson, do you want to take a wild stab?
My best guess would be 2 to 3 hours.
Okay, so then we should say what, 2 o'clock, somewhere between 2 and 3. How do you 3 or 4 and 5? Is 4:30 reasonable?
It's between 4 and 5 it's just a guess because we have some pretty large items and 5 of them.
Well, I would just ask people to please check in. We'll get out as soon as we,
timer's up. Get out as soon as we can. And Jefferson, I hope this is all right. I have something I wanted to mention. I had a lot of time to think during our lunch. It was really nice to have time to actually have lunch. And, I had time to think about some of the conversations today that happened in our meeting. And I was really struck by that many of them took on the tone of questioning supervisors' integrity and ethics, and then bringing family members into it. And to me, that's not good, not fair, not right. However, I can't, the public has the right to say what they want to say. And so I understand that. But I've also heard some of the fellow board members having a back and forth. And I just want to remind people that your words matter, words hurt, words, get in the way of getting anything done. So I hope all of us, including myself, will be a little more considerate when we are making comments and leave family out of it. Because I'm asking you to, I can't tell you to, but I just think we'd operate better in good faith as a board if we can actually be a little more respectful in that way. So thank you, Jefferson, for letting me do that. You couldn't have stopped me, huh? You can't mute me. So at this time, we will go into our closed session and meet you there. To let me through. So thank you, though. Ready to step in there. So County Council Billingsley, do we have anything to report out of closed session?
Yes, Chair. On items K1 and K2 and L2 and L3, there's no reportable action. On item L1, the board voted unanimously to authorize the risk manager to enter into an agreement with the firm of Colatuno, Highsmith, and Watley for defense of the action.
All right, thank you very much. And we are adjourned for the day, for the week.
Let us hope.